guy who tells la 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 at turkeys and they yell back. I die laughing. I did not, Paul. You'd have to post that in Discord. That is amazing. Be playing Tales of Arise for a while. I have it here. It's on my list. I don't know how I'm gonna get through all these games, to be honest with you, DJ. I really don't know. I have more coming. So I have... There's Xenoblade Chronicles 3 that's being released at the end of the month. I have that pre-ordered. I just I have Zero, Azure, River A, and Nayuta have Forspoken. I have to pre-order God of War. I just pre-ordered Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core Reunion. I pre-ordered Star Ocean, The Divine Force. And whatever else comes. Not to mention that most of these games are still in the plastic. Yeah, I seen Forspoken got delayed again, but I see. I don't mind that with all the games that we have to get through. Okay. Descend into the forest. All right, all set. We'll begin with Randy and I climbing down first. After that, Ellie, Tio, and Wazzy will climb down one at a time. Noel, I want you to bring up the rear and watch our six. Got it. You can count on me. Hey, you want to contact the commander before we head down? Yeah, the flickering is still there, but I couldn't text it with dialogue. Oh well. Yeah, good call. If the CGF isn't too busy with the repairs, then having them as backup would be a huge help. I'm sure you'll get one soon. I know they're still having a chip shortage. We were talking about that earlier, actually. Knox Forest. Damn cat. Look. Blue flowers. What the hell? Those weren't here 2 months ago. They must have begun blooming recently. Tio, can you sense the higher elements? Yes. Time, space, and mirage are all present. This would explain the strange presence I felt a little while ago. Yeah, I guess it would. I'd put Mira on these little training grounds being even more dangerous than what you're used to, thanks to them. That's a safe bet if I ever heard one. Getting around the forest is tricky enough without having to worry about all this. Right. And getting lost isn't our only concern. Beware of the monsters lurking here too. Got it. I'm just gonna fool around with the FPS with the whole Okay. Yeah, I don't like Morgana. He got out of the party very quick when we played Royal.
いい夢は見られたかい?
DJ, thank you for the host.
先生可能始めましょう。
いいね。先生。任せろ。 行くぞ。えいっと。ふう、みんな大丈夫か。
Ooh, big boy.
やっやっ。
Big lizard
畳みかけるぞ。いいね。
turkey video shared on Discord. Thank you, Paul. I will check that out later.
任せてくれ。うおーった。俺の番だな。ぜい。
さてとそこです。さてとえい。迎撃完了。先に行きましょう。
Oh, we're almost at the nice level. Turn around, please. Oh, these got the killer banana things hanging from them. Oh shit.
先生可能始めましょう。
いいね。行くぞ。うおーった。
はい。えい。
俺の番だな。はっ。僕の番か。先生。はっ。行くぜ。
はい。
I
行くぞ。
missed 3 of them.
やっと。迎
Nice.
撃完了。みんな先に進もう。
We can get a few levels in here, I think. Fight everything.
せいと。やっはっ。
Snake. That's a lot of snakes.
了解。せい。
はい。
任せろ。チャンスだ。よし、畳みかけるぞ。いいね。はいさ。
はい。
と。
えい。 行くよ。
Sure.
先生。せい。よっしゃ。行くぜ。はっ。
I remember Paul showed us.
いい
What
感
was
じ
the
だぜ。
Paul when we were?
さすがです
Was
ね。
it the Paper Mario one? When we played Paper Mario? Or experience. Isn't that just a kick in the ass? Which one do you think is a bigger mess? Crossspell's political climate or Ilya's room? I'm not answering that one. It's like an owl version of Tigger.
よし、一気に行くぞ。いいね。
Hooty hoot. It's the owl version of Tigger. You got a spring.
私の番です。えい。
行くぜ。
Yeah, that Paper Mario one too, Paul. That was hilarious.
よし、もう大丈夫だ。
Tio is the first one to level 69. Nice.
Yeah, go. Hey, ha. Yosh,
Our owls on a rise.
Yosh. Yeah.
チャンスです。皆さんお願いします。
I gotta be looking into putting a retro order too.
あ
Need to go back to some retro games
良いデータが取れました。お
or
疲れ
put some
様。
retro games in the schedule.
まあ当然の結果かな。
Nice. Wazzy's Trinity card has become Trinity card 2. Bam. Ooh.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, go. よし、一気に行くぞ。いいね。もらった。
I'm not gonna get lost in the forest.
アイサー。了解。
Leaving that to Scott.
そこです。
まあまあだったね。ナイスファイト。
Quartz fragment. Genevieve, a beauty in the eyes of all, had long been ruled by her father, an aggressive businessman who longed for profits and peerage. Even after marriage, her nervous habits of finding imperfections remained.
Hey, go! 一気に落とすよ。了解です。先生。俺の番だな。
I keep forgetting that I have the burst ability here.
チャンスです。皆さんお願いし
We're gonna
ます。
save that for a boss.
いいね。アイサ
そこです。敵集団撃破しました。
Okay, so that looks like it's gonna be knocked down later. Navasa, how are you? Welcome in. Killer banana trees. Banana bunch. Knew I was right.
行くぞ。せい、りゃ。よっしゃ。
はい。そこです。
さてと。
Crossbell and marshlands. No, this is Nox Forest.
行くぜ。任せてくれ。えい、りゃ。
行きます。えい。
This is
敵
Nox
集団
Forest.
撃破しました。
Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. There's a lot of blue flowers. Okay, we have a treasure up there.
Hey, ha! Hey, ha! Hey, ha! Hey! Oh! よし上げていこうぜ。
Ooh, this is not good. This is not good.
OK リーダー。
I'd rather lose 100 to each
まあまあだった
than
ね。
lose a full character.
お疲れ様。
Monster egg. Egg.
敵先生、気をつけてください。
仕方ない。
Oh poop. Okay.
やれやれ。
シュシュ。よし。せいと。よし、もう大丈夫だ。
We have Snaky.
よっしゃ、畳みかけるぞ。
いいね。
This gonna hit all three? Yes, it will.
畳みかけるぞ。
いいね。
OK です。
お。
I must say, having the extra 27-inch monitor, oh my lord, is much different than this 22 I had, or 24 that I had.
よし、上出来だ。
さすがですね。
So much better.
せいは。
一気に落とすよ。
了解です。行くぞ。せい、りゃ。
行きます。と。
Get your new desk order. We'll hear Monday.
Easy.
Nice. Did you get an L shape like you were looking for, DJ?
やれやれ。
任せろ。は。
Speaking of desk, I'm still waiting for the drawer units to be made for this. For the drawers, I have the actual units. Ooh. Yeah, down here first. And on Amazon for 200. It's not bad. Not a bad price. Ooh, 7th. If a chest is looted in the forest, does it make a sound? No. You cannot hear the screams of the chest. If I knew I was getting this desk moved to my living room, I probably would have gotten this side over here made a bit bigger.
いいね。
The desk is 6 feet by 4 feet. But I should have had a 6x6
よし、上
if I
出来
knew
だ。
I was moving it out here. At the time, I didn't though. Okay. Down here. I guess go up there first. Yeah, we'll go down here, get the treasure chest. Because, you know, we cannot leave no treasure behind.
やれやれ、怖いもの知らずだな。
The chest is as empty as your soul. Wow. Rip. That's gonna get rid of... Ooh. See what this one looks like.
どうするランディ。
問題ねえ。突っ込むぞ。ラストリベリ
ー行きます。
I like that one. That one was nice.
俺の番だな。えいっと。
さてと、えい。
行くよ。
Oh, for those who have 7 TV,
行くぞ。
I added something. It's very cute.
みんな大丈夫？
ありがとうございま
ました。
そっち行け。出直してきなよ。
Thank you.
一気に落とすよ。
了解です。
Not the puffer. A dang pufferfish.
任せてくれ。えい、や。
はい。た。
行くぜ。
僕の番か。シュシュ。せい。俺の番だな。やっはっ。よし、もう大丈夫だ。
Okay. Denim leather. Testaldino boxer. Oh boy. All right, what do we have? No, we quit. I am Ferdinand von Goose. If you don't have the extension 7 TV, you won't find it.
さあ、始めましょうか。
行くぜ。
赤きよりの死神よ、戦はかけつわものどもを貫け。
デススコルピオン。
行くぞ。これで決める。トーはっトーや 僕の番か。
Stealth? Really?
私の番です。そこです。
さて先生。
私の番です。エニグマ駆動。
僕の番か。俺の番だな。エニグマ駆動。よっしゃ。それ。
I left that with 1 health. I know I did.
"僕の番か。エニグマ駆動。
行きます。ドライブ開始。
よっしゃ。ぜい。任せてくれ。えい。はっ。
Oops, I forgot you're still blind.
それ。
さてと、ドライブ開始。それ。
I'm glad that I used the S-crafts
僕の番
now.
か。任せてくれ。エニグマ駆動。
任せろ。
やっ。グラッツェ。はっ。ありがとう。
助かりました。援護します。電磁ネット投射。さてと、ドライブ開始。
よっしゃ。僕の番か。任せてくれ。せい。はっ。
それ。
I thought that was gonna kill him.
良いデータが取れました。
Damn it.
お疲れ様。
Oh well. A nice bit of experience for that. Ooh, attack 3. Congratulations on beating Chest 9 Monstrum Nox. I knew there was going to be an East reference in here somewhere. You can't use it. You can. Cyril wasn't The worst husband he could have chosen for her. He was among the kindness she was encouraged to court, to be sure. A little plain, but not unattractive. Quite timid and very awkward. Sounds like me.
Hey! Ha! Yeah! Ha!
一気に落とすよ。
了解
です。もらった。一気に行くよ。
おうあ
はい、
バーンダダン
そこです。
まあまあだったね。
お疲れ様。
We're almost to another level. Almost. Okay, moving across. You stream in front of dozens of strangers, much better than Searle. Appreciate that, Navasa. I outside of streaming that, I'm actually, you get me out in public, I don't talk. All right, last time. Clearing. Seems so. Never came this far during my training. Huh? Is there always a dead end here? No. There should be another animal trail up ahead, too. Looks like a bunch of trees fell and blocked the road. Did they fall about a month ago, then? But if that's the case, where in the world did that monster run off to? Hold on. I am detecting a presence nearby. Someone laughing at us? You guys really thought that you could waltz in here like you own the place, huh? Idiots. Like always. Who's there? Don't tell me this is the real culprit. Was someone controlling the monster all along? I am not sure, but doesn't that voice sound familiar? I feel like I've heard it before. Wazi's not too happy. No, it couldn't be. Here he comes. Get back. Oh, hello, big boy. What the? Demon. I'm not doing that. Oh, hello. Is this what I think it is? That's impossible. It's the same thing as Gnosis demonization. No way. Are you... Wald? Is that you? I knew it. It's been a long time, Bannings, Orlando. And you're here too, Wazi. Small world. Small indeed. I knew that your taste in fashion was beyond saving. But even I didn't think you'd stoop this low. Barb storage is what gave it away. This low? Shut the hell up. Well, wait a second. Are you the one who caused the train to derail? What's the point of asking something so goddamn obvious? Do you honestly think puny monsters could have done something like that? The only living creature with that much power is me, Wald Wales. How terrible. Do you realize what the hell you've done? Yeah, I do. And hey, since you all came came all the way out here for little old me. What do you say to getting this party started? I'll beat it into you. I'll show you just how far above you I really am. Crap. You're for real about this then? Why so serious, Wazzy? Don't worry. I won't kill you. I'm gonna beat you to a pulp, but as slowly and as gently as I can. So that you can savor what real power tastes like.
かかってきなよ。行くぞ。
Oh
僕の
boy.
番か。さあ、パーティーの始まりだ。あらさ。
Oh boy. Oh boy.
覚悟はいいかい？そらそら。はあ。先生。デッドリーヘブン。
さてとそれ
Oh my lord, look at him. Wall demonized by Gnosis. Wields his chain sword like it's nothing.
任せろ。ぜ。
行くぞ。やっと。僕の番か。
私の番です。やあ。
俺の番だな。はっ。
行くぞ。やっはっ。行くよ。シュシュ。
はい。たあ。
さてと。
いきます。さてと AO システム開放します。
行くぞ。
移送空間にアクセス。絶対障壁を個別展開。ゼロフィールド。
俺の番だな。これで決める。トートーハットーリャライジングサ
What were you expecting? Oh boy. Have I become too strong? What are you talking about? I was winning. Did we not make a dent even after all that? What's wrong, Wazzy? Aren't you going to spew some witty remark? Grin with that stupid pretty boy face of yours like you always do? Come on. I was looking forward to it. It'll make it all the more fun when I shut you up for good. Wald, where in the world did you get your hands on Gnosis? That's right. The supply manufactured by Joachim Gwenter should have been disposed of, except for the samples taken for analysis. Damn it, Wald. Where the hell did you get it from? Who knows? And don't be stupid. This power has nothing to do with that drug. It's just the trigger. This power came from inside me, punks. The drug just helps to bring it out. That's what separates this power from what that hack Joachim had. He does have a point. Unlike what happened with Joachim, it does not seem like he is going to go berserk. Whether it was a trigger or not, are you saying you finally mastered your strength? What the heck? A monster? Oh, the Guardian Force. Marielle, second lieutenant. Thank goodness. Does that mean the repair work is finished? Yes. We came as fast as we could, but just what is that? I'll call it quits for today. Special support section. Wazzy, you better give me a challenge next time we meet. Got it? At least make it interesting like you did in our chase battle, eh? Bastard. Walt? Where do you think you're going? All personnel to battle positions. Missile fire is authorized. Yes, ma'am. He's just standing there taking it. You're so weak. Eek. After the attack, the SSS, along with Marielle's unit, searched the vast, dense forest for the demonized walled whales. Their efforts, unfortunately, bore no fruit. Once it had been decided to abandon the search as the night wore on, the SSS returned to the city around midnight and fell asleep, so tired that they forgot to eat the hot pot that Kia so lovingly made. Maison Imelda. Yeah. I can hear a heartbeat. How'd it go? Not good. They don't know anything. No one has seen Wald in days. He's been keeping his distance from his boys. They wanted to know where he is just as bad as we did. Yeah, they seemed desperate. I see. We tried asking the Testaments, but it didn't get us anywhere. There are no leads on Wald whatsoever. However, before he disappeared, he was seen drunk and miserable in the neighborhood for a little while. We still don't know the connection between then and now. What changed? A better question is, where the hell did he get his hands on Gnosis? Are you alright, Wazzy? You're not looking too good. It's nothing. Just the cold of the rain. I've already asked Abbas and the others to continue gathering information. Let's put Wald to the side for now and return to the SSS building. That's for the best. At least we have Kia's breakfast to look forward to. I don't know what we'd do without her. So this is day 3. Phew, thanks for the food. And porridge really hits the spot when you're freezing. Indeed, I enjoyed the eggs and chicken in it. Thank you for the food, Kia. It was delicious. All I did was use leftover ingredients from yesterday's hot pot. Are you full, Wazzy? Yeah, it was both rich and delicious. My compliments to the chef, Kia. I'm glad you liked it. Glad you guys are back to your senses. Just to let you know, the Wald Whales case is still being investigated by the CGF. Don't dwell on it too much. Whatever you say. Still, Wald managed to acquire Gnosis from somewhere. We have to figure out where it came from, no matter what. The 2nd Division's already on that case. Also, from what I heard, the 1st Division is investigating to see if the major powers are involved in any way. Point being, trust them and don't push the issue by being impatient. Yes, sir. Were you able to restore the railroad tracks after the derailment yesterday? Yeah. Only one of the tracks was functional by yesterday evening, but they managed to restore the other overnight. They finished it without any hassles. Phew, thank goodness. Transcontinental Railroad is an important method of transportation. Chaos would ensue if it was still non-operational. Yeah, it'd be ammo for Ereboni and Calvard to give us even more shit than they already do. True, I don't doubt it. So, should we check the terminal for support requests? It's about time for today's batch to come in. Let's do that. Hey, we got a phone call. I'll get it. Hello, this is the Crossbell Police Special Support Section. Morning, it's me, Michelle, the guild receptionist. Oh, good morning. Did you have a chance to look at the report on the society? Yeah, it was super helpful. I contacted HQ over in Limon, and they're currently analyzing the info. Considering how mysterious these guys are, I don't know how much we'll be able to find. I see.
Hi.
What's up, Drake? How are you, buddy? Welcome in. Is that why you called us? Oh no, I have another reason.
Hi.
What's up, Max? Welcome in. Happy Thursday to you both. Hope you guys are having a wonderful week. I have a quick question for you, actually. Have you seen Lynn or Aolia around lately? We saw them at the hospital yesterday, actually. Uh-huh, I see. Seriously, what the heck are those two girls up to? Are you having trouble contacting them? Sure am. I wasn't able to get through to their enigmas last night. Well, this happens every so often, so I'm not too worried about them. Darth Taco, welcome in. How are you, sir? I hope that capture card is treating you well. Uncanny timing, extra Kirby, more Kirby. Maybe one day we'll play a Kirby game. Trying to get it working at the moment. Nice. Jordan, welcome in. Happy Thursday. Is that so? Don't worry about it too much. I'm sure y'all are busy as heck too. You're dealing with the leader of those delinquents, yeah? I'm sure your plates are more than full enough already. Yeah. Well, if you happen to spot them, please give me a ring as soon as possible. Keep up the good work. Bye-bye. Thanks, Michelle. You too. Sounds like it was from the Bracer Guild. Something happened? Oh, yeah. Lloyd explained that Lynn and Aolia have been out of contact since last night. Those two. They're pretty talented ladies, aren't they? Yes, especially Aolia. She's just my type, too. Right behind Cecile, of course. That was not the type of talent he was referring to. Still, I'm a little worried. The Bracers typically have a tight handle on their schedules. This is unusual. Yeah, and when we fought those two, every move they made felt calculated. Well, if you have time to spare, you should visit the guild. We have to look out for each other in times like these. We'll do that. Lloyd, are you guys leaving now? Will you make it back for the hot pot this time? Yeah, we'll be sure to come home a little earlier today. Sorry, Kia. We worked so hard to prepare yesterday, but we were out all night instead. No, it's okay. Everyone is busy working hard, right? I only wanted to do what I can to help, too. Kia. She's too powerful for you. According to today's weather forecast, it will stop raining in the afternoon. Let's blow through our work and get home as soon as possible. Absolutely. Absolutely. I gotta get into the voices again. Runaway vehicle pursuit. Recently, a reckless vehicle has been spotted on West Crossbell Highway. It's been causing trouble for the buses and Imperial tourists. We need help dealing with it quickly. To that end, we are asking for your cooperation in this matter. Meet me at Belgard Gates parking lot for additional details. A dangerous monster, a golden cricket, has been sighted in Geofront D sector. We ask the special support section to deal with this threat swiftly. The entrance to D sector is located in the southwestern part of the downtown district. Miscellanea covering the entrance has been removed, so you can access it. Oh, okay. What do you think about this series compared to Trails in the Sky? I'll give a thorough review, Rakamus, when I finish Azure. But right now, I like the world building and where Azure is going. But Sky's second chapter, to me right now, is still the best written story. So, but you know, we still got a little bit to go in this game. It might change my mind. Where am I going? I think what I'm gonna do is after we finish Azure, I'll do a little comparison between Sky and the Sky trilogy and the Crossbell duology, and I'll rank the games like I did with Sky after we finished that trilogy. I've been waiting for Steam to release to play these games myself, so I didn't want to spoil the story for myself. Gotcha. No worries. I know people are waiting for this game to come out, so definitely understand. Well, I'm hoping that by the end of the month we'll be into Cold Steel. That's where I'm hoping. Because we do have our 12-hour stream coming up on Sunday, where we'll be giving away 2 $25 Steam gift cards or a copy of one of the Trails in the Sky games. There y'all are. Glad you didn't forget about me. You were waiting for us? So does that mean... You betcha. My own recommended dish is ready to go. I call it 3-day stew. Wanna give it a try? We would love to. All right, give me just a moment. I'll fetch a serving for each of you. Lloyd and the others ate the 3-day stew. It's delicious. Now this is what I'm talking about. Damn, it's good. It was certainly worth the wait. You're absolutely right. I don't think I've ever had a stew this rich and appetizing before. It warms your core and seems to have plenty of ingredients full of nutrients. I think it's what the body needs. Noro, how are you? Welcome in. I'm sure it does wonders for the patients who stay here at St. Ursula. I think someone found her dish. Shucks. Come on now, you're exaggerating. Ellie seems to be the one most taken with the stew, so perhaps she should be the one to handle its article. That's a good call in my book. Think you can handle it, Ellie? I'd love to. I'll do my best to do the 3-day stew justice. Found every SSS member's favorite dish. Okay, we finally found everyone's favorite dish. We have plenty of data, so let's give her a report to the CNS. Before we do that, let's go up to Shizuku's room and just see if there's a scene up here. Noro, how are you? Happy Thursday. I heard a lot of ambulances coming to the hospital yesterday, Cecile. Was there some kind of accident? Yes, a train derailment on the West Crossbell Highway. But don't worry, no one died, and the doctors have taken good care of all of the people who were injured. Really? Thank goodness. I was so afraid, remembering the accident that I was in. Shizuku. Happy birthday? No. No, my birthday is not for another, August, September, 3 months. At work at the moment, but it's calm. Hope you're fine too. I'm doing fantastic. I'm doing fantastic. I said happy Thursday. Harbor District. Since I have a nice stream, it will be happy for sure. Appreciate you, buddy. Report to coverage. Hello once again, SSS. I take it you've covered your 6 different spots for the gourmet guide. Would you like to report to Grace now? Very well. I'll call Grace on your behalf. You're welcome to wait for her on the 2nd floor. Oh boy, I gotta do Grace. Oh boy. Good to see you again. So, how did collecting those gourmet recommendations go? We had a lot of fun, actually. Yeah, once you get past the fact we had to go all around the state, I'm pooped. Hey, it was worth it to eat all those tasty food, am I right? Okay, stop holding out on me. Tell me what you got. Sure. Lloyd and the others gave the reports on the establishments they visited. You guys went to 11 spots in total, eh? That's some pretty thorough coverage. Okay, now let's get to each of your recommendations. Personally, I really enjoyed the chef's special omelet rice from the Ash Tree Inn at Armorica Village. It has simple but enjoyable flavor befitting of Armorica that hit the spot. Nice pick, Lloyd. You can't go to Armorica and not try some omelet rice. Mine was the 3-day stew from the Lecture Inn at St. Ursula Hospital. They simmer it for 3 days straight and it's good for your health. I totally agree. That stew will recover your stamina in an instant. I recommend the septi-colored sherbet from the ice cream stand in the entertainment district. Its texture is excellent and the 7 flavors blend together in a masterful way that defies explanation. That's some high praise, Tio. If you thought it was that good, that's really saying something. I bet the readers will love it. The glorious noodles over at Ozzel's Noodle Stand in the Harbor District get my nod. They've got the right combo of spice with the firm and springy noodles. Just thinking about them is making me drool all over again. Nice pick. I stop by there for lunch all the time because it's so close. The owner is so dedicated to his craft. Mine is the peerless fried rice from Long Lao on East Street. Once I tasted it, simple yet deep flavor, I couldn't get enough. That's Swang Hu. My God. That's Zhang Hu's specialty. Darn. Now I feel like going there to get a plate myself. My recommendation goes to the Ample Sea Hot Pot from Tangram Gates Mess Hall. It's delectable and even better when you enjoy it with friends. Or what more could you possibly want? Nice find, Wazzy. The mess halls at the border gates are some of Crossbell's hidden gems. I think that wraps it up. Nice job, guys. You were able to provide me with a gourmet recommendation. The guide is going to be so much better with these. You have my thanks. Not at all. The request was so much fun that it hardly felt like work. It was worth going to all of those places to try their food. Don't you think your work is done yet? Don't you think your work is done yet, though? Now comes the part where you each have to write up an introductory comment. Lloyd and the others then wrestled with their inexperience and did their best to write comments for Grace's guide. It wasn't easy, but the team's gourmet recommendation pieces of the guide were eventually completed. I think that should do it. I'll have an editor proofread this later, but it should be good for now. The gourmet guide is finally coming together thanks to all of you. That was tougher than I thought it would be. Does that mean we're off the hook? Sure does. Thanks for your help, guys. It'll still be a while before it's all published, but I hope you look forward to it in the meantime. I'll let you know if I need anything else. Sure thing, Grace. See you later. Gourmet article cooperation complete. We finished the food guide. We should have got recipes for it all. I feel like we should have got recipes for it all. All right, let's go to here. Ah, the SSS. I heard you did some impressive work yesterday at the scene of the train derailment. You should be thanking our leader here. The ace detective extraordinaire does it again. You're laying it on a little thick, Randy. I'm inclined to agree with him. As much as I'd like to take credit, I only drilled combat tactics into you when you were at the academy. You've become quite the detective, haven't you, Lloyd? As your former instructor, my chest swells with pride. Not you too, Deputy Commander. I still have a long way to go. I'm not ready to fill my brother's shoes just yet. I've only made it this far thanks to my teammates covering for my weaknesses. Crossbell's most modest man. He always was. Keep doing what you're doing, and I know you'll reach your goals in no time. I look forward to seeing what kind of detective you'll become, Lloyd. Oh, by the way, would you all have any interest in reading this book? Sunshine Agnes, Chapter 9. You read light novels, Deputy Commander? Never would have expected a gruff like Duggo to read this kind of stuff. Of course I do. Anyone can enjoy a good novel. It just so happens that Commander Bales recommended this to me, but as you know, I've been pretty busy lately. Give it a read when you have some time. I think you'd enjoy it. Thank you, sir. Where was I supposed to go? Or was it the other one? Reckless vehicles. Wow. The other one. Got it. I'm an idiot. Although we got a book out of it. Bow, bow, yeah. This Azure saga feels so deep. So this is the Zero and Azure games make up the Crossbell duology. It's been a really good story. They have a lot of good world building to it, I must say, Noro. So the Sky is a trilogy, so there's 3 games to that. Then there's the Crossbell duology, which is Zero and Azure, which this is. Then there's Cold Steel 1 through 4. And then after that, it is like River A and then Koro, but they're not released in the West yet. You put on quite the show yesterday, Detective Bannings. Pardon? Are you referring to yesterday's investigation at the scene of the train accident? Had we rushed the repairs, we never would have learned the truth of what transpired. That miscalculation would have been no one's fault but my own. I acted far too impatiently. You merely acted in the best interest of the CGF. Yeah, and it's not like the repairs took long after that. All in all, I'd say both sides did a bang-up job. Nothing to get depressed about. They're right, Commander. You all give me far too much credit. Allow me to thank you once more for what you did yesterday. Regardless of the circumstances, thanks to you all, we were able to learn about the trail derailment. That large monster is obviously concerning, but please allow us to handle it. Yeah. Do. Okay, so where's Marielle? Bum 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 bum. Because I know Randy wants to, like, you know, say something to her. Thank you for solving that case in America yesterday. If it weren't for you, I'm not sure what would have happened. Minith is more slippery than we had expected. He is currently wanted, so it is likely that he will be arrested soon. You think so? He looked like the persistent type to me. Guy's gonna be a menace till he's finally behind bars. You're probably right. I hope he doesn't cause any more damage before then. Oh, there she is. There's Marielle. Randy and the SSS. Good morning and thank you for coming. Good to see you again. It's good to see you, Second Lieutenant. Thank you for all the hard work you put into the railway repair effort. I'm glad we were able to get that cleaned up. That said, we weren't able to track that giant monster. I've ordered several units to patrol around the state today, but I'd be surprised if we caught wind of it. It's cool. We all know fixing up the railway was the top priority. I think it's fine to forget about that monster and focus on the task at hand. I suppose you're right. So, about the request you submitted, we came to learn more about it. If you don't mind, could you explain the details to us? Of course. There has been someone recklessly driving their car on the West Crossbell Highway recently. It's been causing trouble for Erebonian travelers in the bus service. I'd like you to help us put a stop to this. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Left unchecked, this can be seen as a failure to maintain public order in the eyes of the Empire and the Republic. Unfortunately, this is another opportunity for an international incident to happen. On our watch if things go wrong. Yesterday's derailment isn't helping matters either. You're saying that Crossbell is in a precarious position right now. Correct. As far as this matter is concerned, we're cooperating with the Metropolitan Division to catch the driver. Because the car is often seen on the nearby highway, I thought it was only fitting for the Bellegarde unit to help with the rest. Sounds good to me. Do you have a plan to stop the car? The car comes down the West Crossbell Highway and then turns around near Bellegarde Gate. You'll stake out the gate, and once it makes its approach, I want you to pursue it in your car. At that point, I'll alert the Metropolitan Division and have them on standby in the city's west exit. A pincer attack. Exactly. Can I count on your help? Time for a car chase! The moment of the police duty. We must capture someone with the car chase. Of course you can. We'll gladly accept the request. Thank you, SSS. This will be a lot easier with you on board. I'll contact the Metropolitan Division so we can officially get started. In that case, we should take our place too. Yeah, let's grab our wheels and get ready for a chase. Good thinking. We'll be counting on you to do your thing when the time comes, Noel. This is the real cop test. What's up, Stormcall? To the Mishi Mobile. You've got it. Nothing. Well, life is full of the little disappointments. Wow. No sign of that crazy car yet, huh? We sure it's coming? Something tells me it will. This route is supposed to run along West Crossbell Highway. That's why Officer Kate and the Metropolitan Division haven't been able to catch it on their own. The CPD's jurisdiction generally just applies to just Crossbell City. So it's up to the wily band of misfits to save the day once again. An astute summation. Whether they're driving recklessly inside the city or not, we can't let them put their poor car in danger any longer. We'll catch them no matter what. That's the spirit. You hear that? Whoa! Wow, cardboard. Wow. Hey, watch it. Stupid bus almost ran right into us. Oh, it's not these guys, is it? That must be our car. They're out of control. After them. I'll call the Metropolitan Division. Understood. Noel, I'll call the shots. You just focus on the driving. Yes, sir. Okay, can we just appreciate this banger of a track right now? Who the heck are these guys? Let's give them a little scare. We're gonna run right into them. Hit the emergency brakes, Noel. Got it. What? Damn idiots are out of control. Still, they can't outrun us, yeah? Not in this baby. No, they cannot. Noel, keep up the pursuit and don't let them get away. Roger. Come on, who? We're gonna make them embarrassed by chasing after them in this vehicle. Come on now, it's Mishi. Mishi. We're gonna get away at this rate. We'll trust Noel's driving. Yes, sir. Are the road conditions not less favorable in the rain? Keo's right. Wouldn't it be dangerous to go any faster than this? This is nothing. A little drizzle like this isn't even enough to slow me down. There's not a runway vehicle in Crossbell that can outrun Noel Seeker. You remember this is a pursuit, not a race, right? Anyway, let's close the gap. They're pretty good. Unfortunately. All we have to do is keep this up, and the Metropolitan Division's pincer attack at the west exit should go as planned. Wait. Something's wrong. What's going on with their car? You're right. Ooh, what the? Oh, they're going out of control. What's going on with them? Something must be wrong. What should we do? At this rate, they might really cause a serious accident. Move in front of them to stop them. Noel, pick up the speed and pull in front of them. It's a risk, but let's use the car's rear bumper to slow them down. Roger. Get them meddling kids. I knew it. Are we alive? I thought I was Gunner. Phew, they don't seem hurt at least. Maybe pulling ahead of them wasn't the right move. No, I think it was. Things could have gotten a lot worse than they did. Yes, and we are not the ones who made them turn the steering wheel. They have no one to blame but themselves. And on the bright side, Our car did not sustain any damage. A little water never hurt anyone. They should count their blessings that they're still in one piece. Luck like that would be useful in the casino. Too bad they're going to jail instead. Obvious what we should do now. Let's report this to the second lieutenant Marielle in the Metropolitan Division. Edged into the pond. Yes. No one can drift better than Mishi. Well, if it isn't the residential district's high bloods. You're under arrest for speeding and various other charges. Sure. I think that's case closed. Good work, everyone. We wouldn't have been able to catch them without your help. And we wouldn't be able to make this arrest without your cooperation, Second Lieutenant Marielle. I'm sure tensions on the border typically keep you busy, so allow me to thank you on behalf of the Metropolitan Division. Likewise, this is one less concern for the CGF to worry about. I'm also in debt to the SSS again. Don't even mention it. I've been wondering, Noel, Tio, do you have any idea what happened to their car back there? They don't know how to drive? Brake failure. That's what caused them to lose control like that. From what I could see, they've been slopping with this poor car's maintenance. Reggie, weren't you supposed to be taking care of that? Oh yeah, I knew there was something I forgot to do recently. The Orbital engine has also shorted out. I estimate it would cost just as much to fix it as it would be to simply buy a new one. I hate to see good parts go to waste, but that engine is definitely totaled. You're kidding me. No way. Yuri had to pull strings with the Vern Company to get the latest model too. Oh please, a totaled car or two is a pocket change to me. We'll just go get another one at the Orbital store. Damn, Yuri, you're the best. Let's go pick one up now. Hold on just a second. Are you forgetting that you're under arrest for speeding and evading? You're also going to be facing a serious fine. You think we care about some measly fine? We're foreigners. You're not going to be able to do much to us with those crappy laws of yours. All we've got to do is pay a little fine and we get to walk away scot-free. Is it really that easy? They have a point. State law isn't the strongest when it comes to prosecuting non-cross felons. Haha, you know it. We've got places to be and things to do too, you know. And I'm sure it would be a pain to take us to the police station. So let me write a check or whatever here. As long as you get your stupid money, you don't care, right? You're a genius, Yuri. You three can't be serious. This is making me sick. But they are not entirely wrong to be confident. No, that's not going to happen. What? You should read the Crossbell Times more often. State laws have been going through a lot of changes since Mayor Crow was elected. Just the other day, a major part of the law was amended. As it just so happens, penalties for criminal acts perpetrated by foreigners have been strengthened. What was that? That's right. Your driver's license are going to be suspended for a month, too. How's that for punishment? A whole month? That means even if we bought a new car, we wouldn't be able to drive it. We may have gone too far in a few places. Don't screw with me. What grounds do you have to suspend my driver's license? This is just a pissant autonomous state. What right does it have to judge me? What was that? That's right. You must be pulling our legs. There's no way Crossbell's police would be given that much power. Hey, Yuri. Sykes. I don't think they're... Shut it, Reggie. Can't you see that they're trying to ruin our good time? If this is how it's gonna be, then I'll just get my dad to use his influence to put pressure on the government. Give it up already. Officer Kate's getting angry. Be thankful it's just a fine and your suspension. You're acting like your mortal lives are in danger. Do you know who knows exactly what that feels like? All the victims you terrified with your reckless driving. Did you ever stop to think about that? Oh, what the hell's gotten into her? Huh. So what if some commoners got scared by us having a little harmless fun? It's just a car. What's the worst that could... What? Did you yourselves not sense the danger of what you were doing? Even during today's incident, you could have lost your lives if not for the SSS intervention. I mean, yeah, I thought I was done for when we plunged into that pond. You can't be serious. There's no way anything could happen to us. What kind of mindset is that? Anyone could die in a car accident. Anyone. And there is an innocent bystander who becomes victim of those accidents and crimes too. I'm a police officer. This is my job. I see it happen every single day. Your reckless driving has instilled more fear in innocent bystanders than you can imagine. Do you not sense the danger of what you're doing? Yet you keep doing it. You've no regard for the physical or mental well-being of anyone around you. High bloods? You think you're noble? You make me sick. Don't you have any shame? Kate? No matter. You're coming with me to headquarters whether you like it or not. You'll have plenty of time to reflect on what I've said when you're stuck at home for a month without your licenses. That's all I have to say. Now hurry up and get your butts in the patrol car before I get really mad. Hey, Yuri. Sykes. Yeah, maybe we really did go to... whatever. What the? Yuri? Wait! Maybe she really did get through to them. I would hope so. I've never seen Officer Kate so animated. I'm sure they're not used to being yelled at it like that, so maybe they took something away from it. Thank you again, Second Lieutenant and SSS. Anytime, Kate. We had a lot of fun chasing them down anyway. I've always wanted to be in a real-life car chase. I do not think fun is how I would describe it. I took what you said to heart too, Officer Kate. Let's continue to do our best to protect Crossbell, shall we? Of course we will. All right, I'll be off then. Edgy young man crashes into a pond. Or at 11. I'll make sure to have the orbital car towed out and dropped off at the impound. Mind giving me a hand? We're here, so might as well. We don't mind at all. Lloyd and the others then helped the CGF haul away the High Bloods' car. Afterward, they resumed their normal activities at Belgard Gate. Okay. That's done. Geofront D sector. Got it. Wrong area. Wrong area. Okay, so I can't get anything here. Should we have given the car to the SSS as payment? It's possible. There goes all my Sepith. Do do do. The car was pretty much destroyed. Yeah, it's not worth anything, really. I missed my tricks from Sky when played this. No way to grind Shining Palms. Oh. Shining Palms don't give you as much in this game either, Shadow King. I want to go to mains just to check out that watch out and watch them when they release, when this releases, put out Shining Palm Bait as DLC. Wow. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, he's in here. Or he was in here, okay. Going off of what they did with Cold Steel 3 and 4, which it was DLC for. Yeah, we'll try not to keep anything like anything Cold Steel related. Try not to post in chat, please, since I haven't played them. Entertainment District. Bam, 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 bam. I when it comes to games, like anything future related, like I don't want to know anything whether it's DLC or not. So you know, that's no worries, just for future reference, that's all. I like to figure things out as I play the games, so if it's part of a DLC, well, I'll find out when I actually get to the game. If it isn't the special support section, you need something of us. Unfortunately, we're closed today. Oh, we're sorry. We're only stopping by on our rounds. I know tomorrow night is the debut of your new show. Is the troupe taking today to rest and relax? You assume right. There is, however, one artist that insists on practicing today. Whoever it is, they must be devoted. Could it be? I'm referring to Sully. Tomorrow's her big day, after all. She said she couldn't relax if she wasn't getting in a workout. You're free to watch her practice if you'd like. Are you sure? But of course. Your friends are your friends of the troupe, so I doubt she would mind. Not only that, but she's been at it all morning. I would appreciate you having a conversation with her. She could use a break. Well, when you put it that way, we'd be happy to speak with her. Okay, I have to check something right quick. Let me change this to, let me change it back to 140. I'm just trying to find the happy median. Wow, she's really going at it. Balsamo said as much. She already has impressive stage presence. That must be a dance for one of the new scenes, eh? Her character is supposed to be pretty important too. She's the star princess, right? I heard she's going to play a pivotal role in the play's second half. Yeah, and she's not taking any prisoners when it comes to being ready for it. Look at her. Some Beyblade dance. Let's go! Maybe, but I can't begin to imagine the pressure on her shoulders. Maybe we should go before we get distract her. Hey, you guys. Uh-oh. We are busted. Well, no point trying to sneak out the back what now. May as well have it that chat. Hi, Sully. We didn't mean to distract you from your practice. It's whatever. So, did you need something? Not at all. We stopped by because we were in the area and Balsamo invited us to look on your practice. Yeah, sorry again for the interruption. It's fine, really. I was already thinking about taking a break. This is the first time I have seen you perform. With your skill, no one would suspect that you are a beginner. Really? I agree. You took me by surprise, to be honest. Same. You didn't look like you were wasting a single movement up there. You must be on the verge of perfecting that scene, right? What? Seriously, and that costume looks amazing on you. Sully? Hey, you. You want to join me for a bit of training? I want your opinion on something. You want Lloyd to help with you train? But why me? And what opinion? I don't know a thing about performing arts. Chill out. It's not like I'm going to make you perform something. I just had an idea is all. Well, are you going to join me or what? Well, why not? Yeah, I guess I can, as long as you're okay with it. Are you sure I wouldn't only get in your way? Yeah, it's fine. Secret dance coach start. We're teaching her how to dance. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. All right, I'll give you a basic explanation. Here, take this. Lloyd received a whistle. Whistle? What is this for? Part of the rehearsal, obviously. During the act, I want you to blow the whistle every time I land after a jump. Even if you aren't familiar with the routine, you should still be able to keep up if you watch the flow of actions yourself. At your landing times. Got it. Is that it? Do you want me to do anything else? Nope, that's it. It may sound simple, but it's a crucial part of rehearsal. When you think about it, jump timing is essential to every Arc-en-Ciel performance. And above all, sticking the landing is key to making all the moves flow together. Rehearsing with a whistle raises the performer's awareness and reinforces the timing. That's why you can't screw this up, okay? Mess up the timing and it'll ruin my rhythm. Loud and clear. Be careful. That's pretty much it. Ready to get started? Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are. Do I get an explanation? A. I'm hoping A is one I think it is. Shit. Shit. Want to do that again? Well, I'm off to a great start. I still got 3. I messed that up. The sound design is nice. She feels so disappointed when you miss, right? Am I only bound to get 3? I want them all, damn it. Shit! Ah, damn it! I'm usually pretty good with rhythm stuff. Doom and glory in your future? Probably. What's up, Kroll? Cleaning a big section of room, nice. Damn it! Need sleep, but can't till midnight. What time is it now? Pom pom all over again. Damn that pom party. Yes, finally. First try. First try. What's up, Trails? Just saw no foreshadowing. Phew. I guess that means like it's finally coming together. Yeah, your form was great. It truly was. You should have more confidence in your performance. Thanks. Anyway, I'm surprised you were able to match me perfectly. Not bad. My rhythm wasn't thrown off at all. That was a good rehearsal. For you to compliment me this much, I must have done something right. Glad I could help, Sully. I do have one question for you, though. Now that you've seen my acting, what do you think of your acting? I'm not an expert or anything, but I thought you did great. You've clearly learned a lot and have been honing your talents. Then again, I don't think a novice like me is a good judge for this kind of thing. I can only tell you how you looked to the untrained eye. Right. So, what you told me before about my acting having no wasted movements. Can you explain more about what you meant? Oh, did I say that? That didn't mean anything by it. It was supposed to be a compliment. Elia once said the same thing too. Oh? There are no wasted movements in your acting. Your performance is so rigid. And she told me I should be having fun. Having fun, eh? Elia said that? Putting it that way, I don't think she was criticizing your form or performance. It sounds to me like your problem is between your ears. Are you saying it's my head? What the hell does that mean? Anyway, at this rate, I don't see how the heck tomorrow's performance is going to turn out well. Sully. Hey, Sully. There's something I'd like to ask. When you're rehearsing, what's going through your head? Huh? Ain't it obvious that I want to get better and do it right? Well, no, not just that. I think that I want to perform the way Elia and Risha do. I want to do what they did the first time I saw them perform. You know, like win over the hearts and minds, that kind of stuff. Sully. That was surprisingly honest. I didn't mean to. I get it. Then could you answer a few more questions? What about an official Arc-en-Ciel show? How do you feel about the audience that's coming to the theater to watch all of you perform? Audience? You mean the actual spectators? I mean, I know there's a lot of different kinds of people in the city, but even now, I can't bring myself to like the people that don't realize how fortunate they are. I know it's not all of them, but that applies to a lot of Arc-en-Ciel patrons. So, what you mean to say is you're not excited by the idea of performing to them. In other words, that's what's stopping you from having fun like Elia says to. Well, maybe, subconsciously. I try not to think about it, but the idea of performing for those kinds of people makes me a little weird. Is it that bad? I mean, that kind of feeling has nothing to do with me whether or not I'm a good performer, right? All I want to know is what I can do to improve and where I went wrong. I need something more concrete. And the emotions you carry when you perform aren't related to that? Is that truly what you think? Are you trying to say that they are? Then what am I supposed to do, huh? Tell me. Well, I still don't think I'm qualified to be giving direction, but... Shut out the spectators in front of you, Sully. Hiya, boys and girls. Elia. How long have you been there? Don't mind me, I just arrived. So, Sully, is it true that you don't like the audience? Then what if I don't? Is there something wrong with that? No, not necessarily. There are patrons even I don't particularly care for. You understand that I wouldn't be where I am if I let that get to me, though, don't you? I know that. That's why I'm trying so hard not to let it bother me. But that's just it. You're approaching the challenge all wrong. Listen here. You're too attentive to what's happening around you. Sully, to you, what does the word audience refer to? Ain't it obvious? The customers that come to the theater. The ones who bought tickets. True, you're not wrong, but there's more to it than that. Our audience isn't just those who buy a ticket and enter the theater. It's everyone. Every single person who has passion for Arc-en-Ciel and cheers us on. They're all our audience. Everyone who has passion? You betcha. Even those that have only seen the troupe through magazines and heard of us through word of mouth. You could say that anyone who has ever held the wonder of Arc-en-Ciel in their heart constitutes our audience. You know what that's like, don't you? When you came to Crossbell, you first heard of Arc-en-Ciel by chance. That drove you to sneak into the theater and see us for yourself. Didn't you feel something like that day? Not that I'm condoning you sneaking in, of course. That doesn't change the fact that, at that moment, you were just as much a part of our splendid audience as anyone else. Sneaking in made me splendid? Of course. So you shouldn't be so focused on only the audience in front of you. Because after that, the entire continent is our stage. Each and every Zamorian is a current and future member of our audience. Hey, isn't that a little much? The entire continent? You better believe it, Missy. It's not my place to say whether or not Arc-en-Ciel is truly a household name across Zamoria, but even so, our plays net brought together the hearts of you, a North Ambrian, and myself, Crossbellum. You can dismiss that as just a coincidence, but that's not how I see it. So chew on that for a hot second. Doesn't that make performing on stage all the more fascinating and fun? Take as long as you need to reflect on what we've talked about. Putting that aside, Sully, you didn't eat your breakfast this morning, did you? There's a lunchbox waiting for you in the dressing room. Go eat it right this instant and get your butt back here. A lunchbox? I don't want that. This isn't up for debate. I've told you, our bodies are capital and your health comes first. You're not rehearsing for another second until you've had a proper meal. Jeez, you're annoying. All right, I'll go eat already. And she ran off quickly. Wow, Ilya, that was impressive. I was thinking the same. I feel a little inspired myself. You're a natural mother hen. I'll take that as a compliment. She certainly can be a handful. Thanks for all of your help today, guys. If not for you, I don't think I would have gotten the core of what's been weighing on her. Does that mean you were really watching from the very start? Admittedly, it was enjoyable to watch the show from the spectator seats for once. While she and I do spend a lot of time together and talk often, it's difficult to get her to open up and talk honestly like she did today. So you have my gratitude, especially you, little guy. I think you're giving me too much credit. Besides, I was in way over my head trying to give her advice on her fundamentals. All right, I'm done. Happy now, Elia? Sully does not need advice in scarfing down food, it seems. Did you even bother to chew properly like I always tell? Oh, whatever. Okay then, we're beginning our follow-up rehearsal right away. We'll take it from the scene where the Star Princess appears, and I won't be going easy on you. Bring it on. Looks like Sully got her performer spirit back. Does this count as a breakthrough? Fingers crossed. It's in her hands now, so let's show ourselves out. Good luck with tomorrow's play, Elia. Sully, we'll be rooting for you. Yeah. Appreciate it as always. See you around, boys and girls. Well, that was a fun little side quest thingy. I think I was dozing a bit with my eyes. Last thing I saw was Jeff doing the rhythm game. That was me. We went through a bit of dialogue, yep. You think you're gonna make it to midnight? Yes, get some rest. The body tells you when it's tired. I've done it many times before and not fun. Okay. We will continue to gather information about Wald. You need not concern yourself. Yeah, we're about to go scour the streets for more info real soon. Don't worry about us. You keep doing what you're doing with the SSS. I appreciate it, boys. I'll be counting on you. Okay. Let me change this down to 60. I think this is the entrance to the Geofront D sector where the wanted monster request came from. The door was sealed off the longest time until now. That does raise a question. If the downtown district is not connected to the Orbital network, then why is there a Geofront entrance here? That's a good question. I think this district wasn't included in the city's redevelopment plans. As I said before, the D sector was built at the behest of Diet members and government officials. Underground construction went on for so long that they even reached this district. They fabricated the demand and kept on building without any real plan. Now I get it. What's beyond here is another byproduct of government experience. That's one way to put it. Fortunately, Crossbell has been improving in that regard ever since Mayor Crow was elected. That's enough politics for one day. Let's get down to there and take out that wanted monster already. But first, we must visit Ignis. The cops? What the hell do you guys want this time? You pigs dig up something when you were out playing in the mud? Bozzy's with them too. You smug son of a... You've got balls showing up here. It's your fault that Walds... They are not in a friendly mood today. Perhaps we should not have come here. Hey, Luganov. Hey, Wazzy. You know, don't you, Wazzy? Wald. He's on that goddamn drug now, too. Don't act like this has nothing to do with you. It's your damn fault. But Lloyd, how much do they know? I refrained from telling them about demonization. We did tell them that Wald's likely under the influence of Gnosis, though. 2 long years. Had you just never shown up 2 years ago, none of this would have ever happened. We could still be having fun. But no! You showed up and it ruined everything in downtown. And now you're in the bed of the damn police? Say something! I have no regrets. I chose this path because there was something important I had to do. What's happened to Wald has been an unforeseen consequence. Wazzy, dude. Not gonna deny it, huh? That's it. That's it? That is all your damn fault? I should beat your ass. Huh? Why would you let me go? Because I just wanted to let off some steam. Listen, Wazzy, we tried. We know we can't get through to him. But if anyone can, it's you. Way I see it, you owe me one. So rather than socking that pretty boy face of yours, I want you to do us a solid. Smack some sense in the wall and wake him up. Luganov. Yeah. So that's how it has to be. Wazzy? I can't make any promises, but I'll do everything in my power to bring him to his senses. That should be enough to finally settle things as the founder of the Testaments. No. We're in an autonomous state known as Crossbell. This is a different sector of Zamoria altogether, Noro. Okay. I'm going to take a quick washroom break, and then we're going to go down to Geofront Sector D and finish this monster request. So I'll be right back, folks. Oh yeah, the warehouse bandit one. Yeah, yeah. I can definitely see that, Nora. Definitely see it. Okay. I also got a drink. I survived the day and adopted a homeless laptop. How's your day? I adopted a homeless 27-inch curved monitor. What's up, Daramus? I'm doing fantastic. Damn, this place is huge. We saw something like this when we got out of the underneath Orcus Tower too. I get it there, but isn't this place kind of far from the tower? Yeah, it definitely is. It's surprising to think they built something like this under downtown. I wonder how much Mira the government wasted connecting Orcus Tower to the downtown district of all places. I heard that the D sector was mainly designed with the goal of housing orbital cars. However, there are none parked here at all. You're right. This much parking space would be abundant, even somewhere cars are far more common, like the Republic. I don't get it. Even if there is a parking garage under downtown, how many people do they expect to ever use it? We could be here all day trying to wrap our heads around their reasoning. Let's just move on. We have a wanted monster with our names on it, remember? Should be somewhere further inside. All right. Monster time.
一気に行くぞ。
いいね。
チャンスだ。よし、畳みかけるぞ。
OK です。
いいね。おう。
と。よし、上出来だ。
さすがですね。
I have to grind Sepith yet again.
Yeah, ha. Say, yeah.
一気に落とすよ。
了解。
Main thing is though is that everybody now has all of my main party has all their slots leveled
畳み
up.
かけるぞ。
いいね。
はいさ。
OK です。
よし、上出来だ。
やるね。
えいと。やっと。やっは。えいは。
Okay.
先生可能。始めましょう。
いいね。もらった。一気に行くよ。
あ
OK です。
おう。
いや。
まあまあだったね。
お疲れ様。
I gotta see though. Does this actually open now? No. Okay, so I guess I have to. Okay, I'm a bit confused, but we'll deal with it.
よし、一気に行くぞ。
We'll deal with it.
もらった。一気に行くよ。
はいさ。
はい。
あ。いや。
まあまあだったね。
ナイスファイト。
Still not strong enough just to
一気に落とすよ。
so
了解。
もらった。
all that pep.
一気に行くよ。
はいさ。了解。
はい。
This team Russian attack you can do every time the fight is all engaged. Like a mechanic. Not every time.
まあまあだったね。
There is items that you can equip that'll give you more percentage to have a team rush, but it's not guaranteed every time. If you ambush, then you're guaranteed at least some critical hits. The team rush is not always guaranteed. There's treasures.
Say, to. Yeah, ha. Yeah, yeah.
We must get the treasures.
Yosh.
Like here, there's no team rush.
シュシュせい行くぞうおーた
はい。
俺の番だな。僕の番か。
先生
It's even better. You have to manage
Yeah,
when
no,
the
it's
fights
sticking
don't
out.
grant you one. You like this? It's a nice mechanic, I gotta say. Like, it only was introduced in this game, or yeah, and I think it was only introduced in the crossbow duology. We never had that in Sky.
始めましょう。
いいねシュシュはっよっしゃチャンスだよし畳みかけるぞおいいね
OK です。
りゃ
そこです。
よし上出来だやるじゃない
Okay. Down here. Okay, so there's a thingy over there.
えいはっ
さあ、
I
始めま
messed
しょう
that one
か。
up horribly.
キュキュせい行くぞせいはっ
はい。えい。
よっしゃ
I wanted to get me a double ultra wide monitor myself. Ooh. That would be something.
甘いね
I picked up a 27-inch Acer widescreen full HD
やれやれ
curved.
キュキュはっよっしゃ
Hi.
よしせいと
Still laughs at that attack.
行くよ
Donkey drum.
キュキュ
援護するわ。
ありがとう
はい。
任せてくれせいりゃよしもう大丈夫だ
Yep, donkey drum. Yeah. Monsters.
さあ、始めまし
Donkey
ょうか。
Konga is canon here.
先生やっ任せてくれうおーた
私の番です ドライブ開始。
任せろ。はっ。
Oh no, he moved. That's fine. That's fine.
それ。
Tio gets healed up.
行くよ先生やっ
俺の番だな。
俺の番だなせいと
Bang,
Something
bang,
up.
bang.
えい。
行くよキュキュ
I'm actually surprised that since these are like arcades, they don't explode.
はっ。 っしゃいい感じだぜ。
お疲れ様。
I'm very surprised, actually. What do we got? Hit 3. The chest message is exclusive to the evolution version and will have to be downloaded separately. Wow. Hit 3. Sure. Nope. There's a treasure there. Okay. Treasure.
先生可能始めましょう。
いいね。先生。
俺の番だな。うおーた
Whoops.
行きます。
行きまーす。
任せろ。行くよ。せい。アディオス。いい夢を。
Ooh, Sepith. I like Sepith. Erebonia to the left of me, Calvard to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with the loot.
せいと
I'll skip that one.
えいと
Skip that one too. Ah, so I had to open all the switches. Got it. Those qualified pleased her father greatly. He was the son of a viscount who could easily be manipulated. What a find! And had she not fallen in love just before their engagement, she would have thought so too. Oh, we're getting there. Slowly getting back down to it. Treasure. Found. Chest message. I love it. Oh god, I love it.
Say hot.
And did do. My 3-day weekend has begun. I miss anything exciting besides Wald? No, not really. What's up, Gaming 5? Okay, I know where we are now. There it is. I started downloading COD Warzone and I can hear my potato internet streaming in agony. Why? Why would you do this to yourself? I jest mostly.
マジ一気に行くぞ。やれやれ。面倒だな。ラストリベリオン。
行くぞ。これで決める。
So do you jest about downloading Warzone, or do you jest about your internet being a potato? Ah, death by poison.
Hey.
170 gigabytes, man. Around here, that's like the whole internet. Yep. There's a reason I gave up playing first-person shooters.
お返しです。さてと。
よっしゃ。よし。せい。はっ。やれやれ。シュシュ。甘いね。これが俺たちの力だ。
Not the boonies, but it feels like wrong having grown up on the internet when 40 megabytes was considered huge. I remember on dial-up internet. I remember being on dial-up internet. That sound still haunts me today. Noel learned smart missiles. Okay. Exterminate a monster in the GFRD sector. Found craft book Ascend. Another craft book. I think Wazi and Tio are the fit for this one. I guess we can give it a shot, Wazi. Yeah, let's see what we can do. Does that make Noel smart? Questionable. Questionable. Yeah, I think that would be questionable.
See, yeah.
Questionable. Ride the elevator? Yes. Wrong way. Oh, I leveled up. Don't need to do that. Bum, 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 bum. Kitties. Bum, 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 bum. Hello, Risha. Oh, hi, everyone. It's good to see you, Risha. Did you come for lunch? Yes, I did. I was chatting with my friend over some dessert. You guys are with the police, right? Aw, came right when the girl talk was heating up. Sorry to rain on your parade. I feel like I'm getting a rare look at what the private life of one of Archon CL's famous artists is like. Yeah, you never really know who a famous person's friends are. Please, you flatter me. You're flattering me. I'm still only a rookie. If it wasn't for Shan Shan, I'd likely spend most of my days off sitting at home doing nothing. It helps that we're around the same age and don't have so much in common. Rishi and I have gotten along since we met. And with Rishia's proportions, it's always fun shopping for the cutest clothes with her. It's admittedly a little hard to find cute things that fit. I suppose it is true that very few people have Rishia's proportions. I've... Why are we talking about this? I feel terrible for her. I am weeping. You two seem like really good friends. I suppose we are. I don't know what I'd do without Shan Shan. When I was young, I'd move around Calvard a lot because of my father's work. Someday, Tio, someday. I had trouble making friends because of that, so I always felt a little bit of a loner. Yeah, never would have guessed. Don't worry, Rishia. Now that we're besties, you're never going to get rid of me. I promise we'll be together forever. Aw, thank you, Shan Shan. I feel like we're third wheeling pretty hard right now. You're right, let's leave these two to themselves. Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to make you feel left out. Oh no, not at all. It was great catching up with you, Rishia. We'll see you later. Okay, be seeing you. Oh boy. Okay, so before we go to the guild, I want to see if we talk to Reese, if she says anything. Reese! Where are you, Reese? I've heard there was a large monster spotted near the train derailment site yesterday. Would you all happen to know something about that? Actually, we do. Lloyd briefly explained what happened yesterday when they left to investigate the train derailment. So, Pleroma grass has started to appear in Nox Forest, and Gnosis has made a return as well. The most pressing matter is where he obtained it from, or who, I should say. Have any ideas on your end? I'm afraid not. The church doesn't know anything more about the cult and Gnosis than it did before. As for the Pleroma grass, I'm still researching what causes it to bloom. I haven't found the real answer yet. Unfortunately, I'm the only one from the Congregation of the Sacraments here, so this may take a while. I figured that was the case. We can wait, Reese. If you figure anything out, you know how to reach us. Of course. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go to East Street. We're gonna save, and then we're gonna go and try to find us a couple of bracers, I guess. Actually, hold that thought. We'll report in first. Ingenuity Quartz. Sixth class. True gladiator belt equipment, okay. Strength up, defense down, auto CP up. reporting the secret dance coach mission? Yes. Okay. That's good. Do another quick save. Now we'll go to East Street. Because we got an extra accessory that I didn't think we were gonna get, so. Searching for Lynn and Aeolea. Searching for Lynn and Aeolea. They're all searching for Lynn and Aeolea. Oh my lord. What's going on? This is a surprise. It's good to see you, Michelle. We couldn't shake our concerns after that call you made. Oh boy. You make it sound like I forced you to come here. But thanks. I'm glad y'all are here. Guessing that means you haven't made contact with Lynn or Aeolea yet. Nope, Arios and the gang are out looking for them right now. I mean, seriously, where the heck are those two? This doesn't sound good. If you can't contact them via their enigmas, does that mean they're out of the state? I was thinking that too. But there's no record of them leaving via the station or airport. Same goes for Belgard and Tangram. That does raise some red flags. If Lynn and Aeolea are inside Crossbell State, I may be able to locate them. Really? You can? But how? The Enigma 2 has additional functionalities that are left over from testing. One function is to transmit an emergency signal. What? But really? It is configured to use reserve orbital energy to transmit waves of a specific frequency at fixed intervals. However, the waves are weak. As far as I know, the Foundation has not found a practical application for it yet. They never removed the function though. It should be present in the production models. So if we grab a hold of their faint signal, we'd be able to locate Lynn and Aeolea. I think it is worth trying. Chief Roberts is familiar with this function. We should try seeing him at the IBC. I imagine he would be willing to help us. Great thinking. We'll head there now. I'm sorry to put you guys through this. Thanks for the assist. If you learn anything, contact me right away. If the situation warrants it, I'll make Arios and the others hurry back. Roger. We're off to the IBC then. IBC. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam.
Roger, roger.
Roger, roger. Here we are. I wonder where we can find Chief Roberts. He is likely upstairs in the Foundation's branch office. I will call his Enigma. This should be an interesting phone call. Or Enigma call. It is me. No, I do not have time for this. Do not make me hang up this call. Is she giving him a stare through the phone? That poor man. Tio is going to freeze him cold one of these days. I don't know. Something tells me the guy's into it. Yes, I am calling about the Enigma 2's emergency alert function. Yes, correct. Okay, please come downstairs. Is he willing to help us? Yes, he will be down soon. Jonah is with him too. That's good. He's the kid that was using the room in the geofront that caught fire, right? The squirt from the Epstein Foundation that's good at hacking? That's the one. He's like He likes to act like he's hot shit, but he's kind of just a little shit. He must be staying with the Foundation now that his base was destroyed, right? Yes, though he still had to fit over it. Can you imagine? I don't want to stay at the Foundation. I want my hole in the geofront back. Okay, now I get what's going on. You're saying their orbits are completely off, they can't be contacted? Do we even have it? Do we even have anything to do? Do we even have to do anything? Shouldn't bracers be strong enough to look after themselves? Can you hear yourself right now, Jonah? Now isn't the time to be joking around. Excuse Jonah. He's been like this a lot recently, which I don't understand. I've done everything to make you comfortable, including letting you use the most powerful terminal in the building. And who cares what the specs are? It's never going to be fun when it's locked down. Give me access codes and set me free already. No can do, Jonah. You know that. If I did that, you'd just do whatever you wanted again, wouldn't you? So instead, I've been working on a special Palm Party training program you can use until you're finally ready to beat Tio. I don't need anything like that to beat her. Turns out he's doing a pretty good job on keeping Jonah on a leash. The Chief's overbearing dad tendencies can come in handy, even if they usually get on my nerves. Okay, back to business. It is true that the Enigma 2 has an alert function, but I don't know if it'll be useful. Why would that be? How could that function not be? It doesn't produce the strongest orbital signal imaginable. If you're not within 10 cells of the orbit, it's impossible to detect, no matter what kind of equipment you're using. Just 10 cells? That doesn't give us a lot to work with. In other words, we already know if they were within Crossbell City. What if you combine the detection instrument with my sensors? If it is a matrix system, it can be synced with the Aeon system. Well, sure, I could. Wait, no. If you use the Aeon system, then the accuracy would be too unpredictable. You'd also have to account for the orbital pressure for the surrounding terrain. I think it'd be near impossible. I suppose it would. I didn't quite get all of that, but I know it's not good. Then there really isn't a simple solution. Hold up. Why not just do the measurement from the roof of the Orcus Tower? What? Jonah? What's up, Neil? How are you, buddy? What do you mean? Think about it. The alert waves are so weak, so you can't detect them unless your instrument is nearby. Here and gone again. Hope the stream is going well. Night, everyone. Good night, Neil. Thanks for the alert, buddy. Always appreciate it. You can use TO's sensors to expand the range, but even then the signal would probably be too inaccurate to be useful. So what if you use the top of Orcus Tower? There'd be few obstructions to account for, so it'll be a lot more accurate, wouldn't it? Anyone following this? Would that work, Tio? Color me surprised. Jonah, you really are a genius. It's our little systems engineer, Wiz. I'm the genius Jonah sacred, aren't I? So does that mean luck's on our side, isn't it? Yes, it might work. I'll head to Orcus Tower and get permission from the management for us to use the roof. You're going to help too, aren't you, Jonah? Why should I? Is what I'd normally say, but I'm bored, so why not? You guys owe me one, all right? Sure, that's fine. As long as it's not illegal or unreasonable, we'll be happy to repay the favor. Chief Roberts and Jonah then went to Orcus Tower and were given permission to set up their equipment on the roof. They let the SSS know it would take time before the search would be ready. Lloyd and the others decided to finish off any other outstanding business before heading to Orcus Tower. Orcus Tower. That must be him. What's up? Where are you guys? All the equipment is ready to go. We just walked through the entrance. Should we head up to the roof? Yeah, the receptionist should give you an elevator access card if you talk to her. Hurry your butts up here already. Right, we'll be there soon. Sounds like he is ready. Yeah, he said the receptionist can give us a card that'll help let us get up to the roof. Mind the rain. It'll be the best not to make them wait too long. And why not? Welcome to Orcus Tower. You would be the special support section, yes? That's us. We were told you had an access card for us. That I do. Here you are. Insert that card into the elevator's panel and it will take you directly to the 40th floor. It's valid for 1 month and fully disposable, so feel free to discard it how you see fit when the time comes. Oh, okay. It has an expiration date. It's even more high-tech than what they do at the IBC building. It is still surprising how advanced this place's tech is at this point. All right, to the roof. Am I supposed to put it here? Yes, simply insert the access card we were given. Lloyd inserted the card into the panel. Going up. Hey, I just noticed something weird about the panel. There aren't any buttons for floors 21 through 30. I would guess that they're all maintenance floors. What are maintenance floors? I was told those floors are mostly empty. It is necessary to counterbalance the weight of the tower. Additionally, there is equipment housed there to absorb the shock of the potential earthquakes. Wow, that's amazing. This really is most modern building on the continent, isn't it? I guess, but why'd they have to go and make this thing so dang tall? If it were 30 stories, it'd still be using the same number of floors. I don't know, but I suspect there were several changes and compromises made after the design was finalized. Uncle was the one who took over the design, and knowing him, he likes to go over the top whenever he can. Ultimately, the Crow family were the ones to make up the construction budget shortfall. Well, wasn't that magnanimous of him? True, but there's no denying that the tower, being a landmark, is going to be a boon for Crossbell as a whole. And hey, looks like this is our stop. Ding dong. Oh. The rain is finally letting up. Yeah, the view is just as awesome as the last time we were up here. Definitely. That's saying something with it now not even being a clear day out. Wait, where are Jonah and Chief Roberts? They should be nearby, likely on one of the platforms. Let's look for them. Well, they're not on that platform. Hey, there you guys are. So, this is the equipment for detecting the alert signal? Right, but the way it is now can only detect signals within 10 cell radius. That's where Tio comes in. It will not be an issue. Will the weather have an effect on the detection? Nah, we should be good. I don't think a drizzle like this will make too much of a difference. Oh, now I get it. Of course, a lady like you wouldn't want to be exposed to the elements for too long, Tio. For my manners, I'll hold an umbrella over you while you fire up your sense. Not necessary. That would be a distraction, if anything. Oh, man. All right, I'm good to go on my end. Start up the Aeon system when you're ready. I am ready. Have you entered Lynn and Aeolia's Enigma 2 serial numbers? Sure did. The guild supplied them to us. I put them in before you got here, so all that's left is for you to do your thing. All right, then. Good luck to you. If anyone can locate Lynn and Aeolia, it's you. Right. Here I go. Activating Aeon system. Now syncing Aeon system with search equipment through matrix protocols. Blink confirmed. This is shaping up to be a piece of cake. Orbital energy to the search equipment is stable and high. Go ahead, Tio. Roger. Here goes. Releasing sensor functions. Aeon system. Limit break. Jonah get 2 hot girls' phone number? More than likely. Yeah, the serial numbers anyway. Yo! Did you see that? Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or did a wave just come off of Tio? You. Good job. We got it. Really? You were able to locate them? Yep. Well, the location of their Enigma 2s anyway. I was able to trace both of their alert signals. They are to the far south. No problem. Not having the data you got cross-referenced with the map. Click, clack, boom, done. What? The area to the south of Lake Elm? The hell? Is there anything out there? As far as I know, all that's there are the wetlands. It's completely uninhabited. What would those bracers be doing there? Heck if I know. But this ain't good, is it? Right. Very concerning. Lloyd. Let's start by reporting this to Michelle. As a precaution, we should ask headquarters to prepare a boat for us too. You're right. That's for the best. Time is of the essence, so we need to move. Thanks for all of your help, Chief Roberts. You too, Jonah. Don't mention it. We'll clean up here, so go on ahead. Yeah, get a move on. And be careful out there, got it? Mega scanner, go. Yes. It reminds me of, I don't know if you guys watch Beast Wars or Beast Machines, but when they scan, when their pods came down from space that was orbiting the Earth, when they came down and they were scanning for life forms, some of them actually went out and put a burst out. Same thing as what Tio done. Yes, an orbital boat has been prepared for you at the Harbor District's dock. You can board it as soon as you're ready. Got it. Thanks, Fran. Sorry for the sudden request. Oh, don't mention it. It's times like these that I'm here to support you. The wetlands to the south can be dangerous. Be extra careful out there. You hear me? We will. It sounds like we have a boat. Yeah, Fran was able to have them prepare us one. Y'all are gonna make me rely on you till the bitter end, aren't you? You sure you're all fine with this? I'm pretty sure Arios and the boys will be back in, like, an hour tops. Time is of the essence. Tell them to catch up, because someone's gotta go now. He's right. There's no telling how dire the situation may already be. Tell them to head straight for us when they get back to the city. Okay. Both Lynn and Aeolia are highly capable bracers on the verge of being A rank. If they found themselves in a situation where they can't contact us, I can only imagine what they came across. There's no telling how dangerous it is down there. You'd better be careful. We will be. We will depart from the dock as soon as we are prepared. I think we're prepared. Harbor District. Hey, you're the SSS, right? That's us. You've been waiting for us out here in the rain. Thank you for preparing this for us, given the conditions. Don't mention it. All part of the job. So, do you all have someone who can operate this thing? If you don't, I could always come with you. I hadn't thought about that. How hard could it be? It's probably not that different from driving a car. I could always call the Chief's Enigma. No, it's okay. I actually have a little bit of experience driving boats. You do? Is there anything you can't drive, Noel? We should have figured, given it has a steering wheel. Knock it off. It's just another thing Commander Bales insisted I learn. What are we going to do? Is it time for us to board? Let me think. No telling what awaits us down there. We should make sure we're taking care of everything before we're leaving. Head to the wetlands. Roger that. All right, you six, be careful out there. We got a boat. See a boat? Boat. I seen a boat. It went this way. Oh. What's going on here? Well, that's interesting. I can't help but be reminded of the swords auction. Perhaps they truly are tied by a string of fate. Be that as it may, Master Chow, what do you think is waiting for them at the south banks of Lake Elm? I'm not sure, but I'll trust in our friend's intuition. It could be that demonized delinquent again, the snakes, or perhaps even the Grail itself. Whatever the case, there's nothing wrong with shining the light on a blind spot when you can. I understand. Pardon me. What is it, Fawn? Why are you so distraught? Please forgive me. We received an urgent report from one of our surveillance teams moments ago. An urgent report? Please, Fan. Explain calmly and slowly. I wonder what that could be. Vroom vroom. The weather has cleared as the forecast predicted. Maybe Adios is trying to do us a solid. I'd rather she have our back. There's no telling what's waiting for us over there. I'll take this over investigating in the rain any day. Yeah, but don't forget there's a chance we can encounter another cryptid. That's true, but we're going into a total unknown. Anything could happen in this situation. Keep in mind, we don't know whether or not we can count on backup from Arios this time either. We're the lead search party. We need to work as quickly as possible to secure Lynn and Aeolia's safety. And depending on the situation we find, we may have to fall to the CGF for backup too. Right. This is definitely a sticky situation. Let's keep hopes up. The gals are all right. Hold on. Sudden increase in humidity confirmed. Everyone stay on guard. What? A dense fog? Where did it come from? Things looked so clear a moments ago. What do we do, Lloyd? Reduce speed and exercise caution upon approach. Theo, can you sense the shore? Yes, I believe so. What was I just saying? Be ready for anything the second we get there. Oh, we're ready. Okay, so there's a boat. So I'm guessing that's Lynn and Aeolia's. Damn it. Boat back there must be one Lynn and Aeolia arrived in. This is bad. It's out of control down here. That's a lot of Plumora grass. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. What are we gonna do, Lloyd? Ooh. I'm feeling like we just stepped into a bad dream. This feels more like something ripped straight out of a fairy tale. This is unbelievable. It looks as if the very composition of space itself has been altered from reality. How long has Plumora grass been growing out of control here? This is it. This is where Joachim was harvesting it to use as the key ingredient for Gnosis. Seeing it like this, I would say that's another correct deduction. It's Yin! Well, we all know who this is. Huh? You again. Yin, what are you doing here? I do believe that's my line. I've been following the shadows of those snakes and the demonization of that gang's leader, as well as the blooming of these blue flowers and the sudden appearance of cryptids. That led me here and ultimately to all of you. Oh, really? So you basically thought this place was suspicious and decided to check it out. Precisely. Though it would seem the circumstances that led you here are slightly different than mine. Isn't that right? You could say that. I'll explain everything I can. Withholding information won't do either of us any good. Lloyd told Yin about Lynn and Aeolia having gone missing and about their search for them. I see. So that boat there belongs to those bracers then. How intriguing. This can only mean I'm getting close to the heart of the mystery. What mystery? He's referring to the Plumora grass. The cryptids too, for that matter. You've been trying to get to the bottom of what's caused them to appear as well, haven't you? Right, aren't you? This falls under my contract with Hayu. Now, I'll leave the bracers to you and make my way, not so fast. How about you accompany us instead, Yin? Lloyd! You can't be serious. I had a feeling that you were going to do something like this again. As did I. Come on, man. You're a little too flexible when it comes to stuff like this. And interesting as your proposition is, Bannings, aren't you forgetting something? Our positions are completely different now, as our interests in the case. Unlike that time at St. Ursula, cooperating with you now would get me nowhere. Is that where you were going to say? Lynn and Aeolia have A-rank bracer talent. I saw it myself. When they joined forces, I have no doubt that those two could rival Arios himself. If the danger facing us was able to overwhelm them, do you actually believe that you'll be fine by yourself? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Hey, you might even be able to get some info from Lynn and Aeolia after we find them. That's right, we should cooperate for the sake of efficiency. You've been influenced by your leader in more ways than one, haven't you, SSS? You think so? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. Not that we ever signed up for it. Why are you looking at me like it's my fault? It's one of your many charms, after all. Very well. Oh my god. Voice is mixed up. Very well then. If you so desire, we shall work together once more. Know this, however. If the Divine Blade of Wind catches up with us, I will not hesitate to leave. Will that be an issue? Not at all. One problem, though. Moving around with a party of 7 is going to get tricky. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up running into each other when monsters decide to attack. Someone could stay behind if that's the case. We do need someone to watch the boat, right? Not a bad idea. Whoever remains behind could accompany the Divine Blade of Wind whenever he arrives too. It's a plan then. Let's decide on our formation. I still haven't repaid them for that craft they taught me. There's no time to hesitate. We're going to bring Lynn and Aeolia home. Which member will you leave on standby? Noel. Oh no. Oh no. I don't like it that they done this. You can't take it off her. Level 73. That's not bad though. No stealing. I did it before. This is in the last game. Fine. That's fine. We'll deal with it.
See, yeah.
Oh my lord, there's a fishing spot! Everything's on hold until we catch a fish. Okay, we caught a fish. I'm good.
Yeah, yeah.
Herb.
よっしゃ畳みかけるぞ
いいね。
Albatron.
さてとえい
行くぞ。やっと。
行くぜはっ
Bam.
僕の番か。
Bam, bam, bam.
さてとた
I thought I was gonna get some nice, you know,
ステータ
port
ス
stuff
オー
at
ルグ
the
リーン
end,
です
but apparently that's not the case. Surprise lunchbox. That wasn't very cashmere of you. Damn it. Is that another? Okay. What is that?
せいはっ。
よっしゃ畳みか
That,
ける
that
ぞ
is some
いいね。
freaky stuff there. Two rune.
行くぞ。せいや。
チャンスです皆さんお願いします
あ
おう
あ。
そこです
Bam, bam, bam.
ステータスオールグリーンです
Okay, we can go this way.
せいと。
生成可能
Go down
始
around,
め
go
ま
up,
しょう
get the treasure. I'm trying to plot my way around.
俺の番だな
チャンスだ。
Seeing what I have
畳みかけるぞ。
available here now.
おう
いいね。や。
そこです
Okay, we have burst mode
迎
ready.
撃完了。みんな先に進もう。
Her mind was wandering. as it had been ever since she arrived. Like a thick sheet of ice masking a rushing current, her stone-faced exterior had been fighting to quell the warm fluttering within. This is getting to be a deep story, this whole trails and chest thing.
一気に落とすよ。
了解
もらった。一気に行くよ。
了解
はい。
アイサ
Bam, bam.
ー。まあまあだったね。
グッジョブです。
Can we just take a minute and look at Yin's sword? Like, hold that with one hand for who Yin is. That is absolutely phenomenal. Ooh, what are you?
さあ、とっとと終わらせよう。
Mad Bloom, Porcelain Cocoon.
よしせいりゃ
任せろ。
Magic only. Okay, got it.
甘いね。
行きます。
Can you hit it? Yeah.
さてと。
助立ちしよう。
任せろ。エニグマ駆動。
任せてくれ
さてとドライブ開始。
Whoever gets it first. Oh, wait, no, I could have attacked the Tio.
エニグマ
Damn
駆
it.
動。
That's what happens when we get quick fingers.
はあ、これで一安心です。
Oh well, that's fine. That's fine. Ebony boots. You open the chest. Inside is a tiny palm. It would wave, but it has no arms. Defense, movement, arts, defense. Yeah.
Hey! 一気に落とすよ。
了解
シュシュ。
任せてくれせいりゃ
行きます。
ここだ
I don't know how this
一
is
気
going
に
to
ボ
turn
コる
out.
ぞ
はい。
了解
Oh, no, that'll work. That'll work.
よっしゃ。いい感じだぜ。
ほう、やるな。
Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, yeah.
先生可能。始めましょう。
いいね。
Okay, everybody got full CP now. This is good.
俺の番だなえいはっ
チャンスです。皆さんお願いします。
アイサー。いいね。
あ
えい。
Bam, bam, bam.
迎撃完了。先に行きましょう。
Okay.
Say, よし一気に行くぞ
いいね。シュシュ。
行くぞやっや
はい。えい。
ここだ。よっしゃ一気にボコるぞ。
いいね。
了解。
そこで
よっしゃいい感じだぜ。
ナイスファイト。
How do I like burst? The few times that I've used it, I have enjoyed it because it acts quick.
せいリア。
生成可能。
So if you
始め
use
ま
it
しょう
right, you can definitely take the advantage of battle.
よし。
I wouldn't use it for something like this. I'd use it more for boss fights.
はい。た。敵集団撃破しました。
Ah, Sepith. I like Sepith. If monsters like to eat Sepith and I was full of Sepith, does that make me a... Oh no. There. Isn't this Aeolia? Yeah, but some type of ivy. It's not Plamora grass. It's not Pleroma grass, at least. They look like nothing alike. Well, we have to hurry and help her. Easy there. Finally coming around, huh? Phew, thank goodness. Where am I? Am I in heaven? My angel Tio is here, so I must be. She is fine. If your sense of humor is still intact, then I take it everything else is too. Yeah, more or less. Though I still feel like I got hit by an orbital truck. Anyway, did Michelle ask you to come? Yes, actually. Lloyd and the others briefly explained the details surrounding the search and the rescue mission. And you wound up here too. Lynn and I were following a lead when the cryptids and those blue flowers when we arrived in the wetlands. In the middle of our investigation, we found the fight of our lives. Fight of your... It must have been a cryptid, right? No, a human, I think. Someone from Ouroboros, if I were to guess. What? Could it be the one we heard about at the doll studio? She was accompanied by 3 girls, each skilled and each dressed like knights from the Middle Ages. It took all of our strength to defend ourselves. Female knights. It's them. Wazzy knows something. He knows more about... I think Wazzy knows more about what George Rosenberg told us than what the rest of the crew know. In the heat of the fight, I got separated from Lynn. Then I was restrained by a boy who called himself the Fool or something. Can't be! Keep playing Trails to find out. I will, Dark Fantasy Realms. I will. Then that was when I got stuck in that ivy and couldn't move. He tied you up and then just up and left? What a freaking maniac, man. Be grateful that is all he did, Brandy. Thanks, that fills in the gaps. We're going to venture further in and see if we can locate Lynn too. Stay here. We have someone on standby who can come and look after you. Thank you for that. Please, take care of Lynn. Whenever she encounters strong opponents, she tends to bite off more than she can chew. We'll find her. There isn't any time to waste. We need to get going. The member currently on standby was informed of the situation and asked to move ahead. Treji! We cannot leave no Treji behind. Fun fact, the retry option in Sully's request, completely unique in the Geofront Azure. Don't know what I'm talking about? You either nailed it or you really messed up today. I love it. I love it. I didn't really completely mess up the whole thing. I kind of did, I guess, but it's fine. Fine.
チャンスです。皆さんお願いします。
いいね。
そこです。
So I'm guessing Team Rush would be something different then, because they bounce back physical attacks.
Sensei 可能始めましょう。
いいね。もらった。一気に行くよ。了解。
オッケーです。
なんだ、その程度かい。
It is the way.
クラフトゲットです。
Tio's Ether Buster has become Ether Buster 2. Okay. No. We have Zero Field. That is the only way now. Quartz Fragment. Inside the treasure chest was absolutely nothing. Nothing after nothing came bursting out. I made a boo-boo.
私の番です。そこです。
俺の番だな。せいはっ。行くぜ。
I still got it, so that's good.
ちょろいぜ。
These things.
さあ、とっとと終わらせよう。
One, two, three, four, five. That's 5. Now we'll go with that.
ワジさん、行きましょう。
片付けようか。
シグマアセンション。
It's like Pong! I love it!
Yes!
Ooh, that's a large area. Oh.
行くぜ。
I should probably do this.
エニグマ駆動。さてと。
はい。
僕の番か。キュキュッはっ行くぞ。やっと。
みんな大丈夫？助かりました。
任せろ。
Sure.
エニグマ駆動。
甘いね。
私の番です。タ
やれやれ。先生、せい。
I swear, if that come back and countered me, I would have felt ashamed.
俺の番だな。えい、りゃ。甘いね。よし、上出来だ。やるじゃない。
Evade 3, okay. I used to be a normal chest, and then some blue-haired lab coat wearing jerk stored red pills inside me. God dang it, Joachim! I'm gonna have some nice evading people here shortly.
Yeah,
先生可能始めましょう。
いいね。キュキュッはっよし。せいはっ。
チャンスです。皆さんお願いします。
アイサー。
あ、いいね。
えい。良いデータが取れました。お疲れ様。
Rush emblem. But she could not. No more of this. To hell with being a wife. Screw it. She couldn't take another minute. The moment she knew their next business trip was taking them to Bose, she'd made plans to run. Oh no, she's running away? Gain CP faster, team rush. Where you to, Randy? My party is like, give me all the CP possible. Meanwhile, I don't use it. My CP unless I'm in a fight anyway. Like a boss fight or a chest fight.
データ収集終了しました。
一気に落とすよ。
了解です。
もらった。一気に行くよ。
アイサー。
はい。そこです。
まあまあだったね。
お疲れ様。
Slowly building up my seventh again. Slowly.
一気に落とすよ。
了解です。 チャンスです。皆さんお願いします。
いいね。
アイサー。
あ
えい。良いデータが取れました。
ナイスファイト。せいは
I laugh at the way them.
っよっしゃ。
I don't know what to call
いい
them.
ね。もら
They're
った。
they're very weird burbs.
一気に行くよ。
オッケ
Very
ー。
weird.
アイサー。
あいい夢は見られたかい？
The chest you have opened is not in service. Please leave a message after the clack. Oh god. Love it. I love it. Oh, there's Lynn. Found her. Lynn, are you all right? Her life does not appear to be in any danger. She most likely collapsed from exhaustion. Move aside. I'll attempt to resuscitate her. You can do that? Oh. Rise. Ugh. Did I pass out? I must have. Lan, do you remember what happened to you? Yes, though I'm ashamed to admit it. Wait, where's Aeolia? Is she safe? Don't worry, we already found her. Lloyd and the others explained the events that had happened until now to Lynn. Sorry for all the trouble, guys, and thanks. Still, I guess I still have a long way to go as a martial artist, huh? I've never experienced anything like that. I felt like an ant trying to chop down an oak tree. You mean against those knights? No, not all of them. The 3 subordinates are strong too. The other one? There's no comparison. She's in a completely different class than the others. I don't think even Arios could match her. What? You're shitting me. How's that possible? Could it have been the Anguius that George told us about? The terrifying warrior referred to as the Steel Maiden? That sounds like her, all right. There was also a boy who called himself the Fool, and an older man wearing a lab coat. Even with that Xiang Xiao with you, I don't see you standing a chance. Do you get what I'm telling you? I do, but I am Yin. There is no opponent alive I cannot conquer. If you are daunting by what lies ahead, I would prefer to end our cooperation here and now. Hold on a second. Are you getting a little ahead of yourself? You can't possibly go it alone now. We should call Noel and have her come here to look after Lynn, too. Are you sure you don't need reinforcements? This doesn't sound like an average fight waiting for all of you. I know, at the very least, I want to scope ahead and figure out what they're doing here. What he said, we'll try our best to avoid the Steel Maiden person. We have to. Fine. That'd be for the best. You'll recognize her right away. The bulky armor and flowing cape are hard to miss. Arios and the others shouldn't be far behind too, so don't do anything rash, okay? Understood. Roger. We need to move. Okay, quick safety save. As you know, we like to save. And we'll go this way. Treasure. Voice breaker. And the more she thought about it, the more that warm fluttering seemed to spread from her chest to her arms, to her legs, to her cheeks. She was ready to burst. She couldn't wait to see her. Damn it. There's a treasure.
Yeah, Tom.
一気に落とすよ。
了解。
先生。
You must fight the burbs.
そこです。
任せろ。
チャンスだ。よし、畳みかけるぞ。
おう。
はい。
あ
トン。よし、上出来だ。
あ、やるじゃない。
What we got? A priest dress. Yep, this one's going in my Hinge compilation. What did we get? Oh, I'd rather that. Priest dress. I love that her weapon is called Yatagarasu. Please save us from these treasure chest messages. We're also out of ideas. There's also grass in that chest. If Trails to Azure is so good, where is Trails to Bezier? Doesn't have the same effect, I'm afraid. Doesn't have the same effect. I see another monster chest.
いいね。先生。
I see another monster chest.
行きます。そこです。戦闘終了。やれやれです。
速攻で蹴りをつける。
Oh, they're all together again.
俺の番だな。おお。さあ。
Yeah, I figured
行
that.
くぞ。
I figured that.
OK、リーダー。
ストライク。すまない、みんな。
行き
I
ます。
took a chance. It did not end well.
ドライブ開始。
よっしゃ。
エニグマ駆動。
やあ。
ありがとう。
Yes. Yes.
甘いね。
Yes. Come into the circle.
甘いね。
Come into the circle.
さてと。
A holy breath of life heals a great amount. Okay.
それありがとう任せてくれ
はい
Look at all the butterflies. Deadly
よっしゃ
butterflies.
いい感じだぜ
お疲れ様
It's like that Simpsons episode. Never trust the butterfly. Cannon is now level 3. Increases potential healing arts by 1.5 now. Okay. Hence 3. Boyd's Brave Smash is just the bump system on fire. Changed my mind. They're not wrong. They are not wrong. What's up, Dragon? How are you, buddy? How's your Thursday? Do I have... Revives and restores 10,000 HP. Okay. I don't have anything. I only got purple liquid for CP. Okay. That's fine. I don't think I have defense on anybody. Do I? Team Vayne? No, I do not. Okay.
Yeah, 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 to, hey, yeah. 一気に落とすよ。了解。
You burned out?
任せてくれ。
You had that wedding, didn't you?
えいと。
行きますそこです
ここだよっしゃ一気にボコるぞ
了解。いいね。
はい
Bam, bam, bam.
えい
よっしゃいい感じだぜ
お疲れ様
Okay, good. Lloyd is
よし
leveled up
や
now.
ったぞ。
Rising Sun has become Rising Sun 2. Excellent. Excellent. Turn around, please. Next. Ah, okay. I thought it was this weekend.
かかってきなよ。シュシュ。そこだ。よし。やっと。
Can I get 2 of them? I might get 2 of
そこで
these.
す
よっしゃ
I thought I would have got 2 of them. That is bad. Okay, they resist vanish. Okay.
エニグマ駆動。
助立ちしよう。
さてとそこです
俺の番だな。それ。なんだ。その程度か。
I am the Micah. Thank you for that Prime gaming sub. 2 months. 2 months. Thank you so much for that Prime sub. Welcome back for another wonderful month. Enjoy those emotes, the ad-free viewing. How are you? Happy Thursday. Welcome on in. And we get an exclamation point sub hype in chat. The last thing to do was to place the book she'd been rereading, an inspiring work that reminded her of an old friend she'd not seen for a year, in her bag. And with that, she was ready to leave her life for good. Just popping in to use my Prime sub, gotta head to bed. Hope it's been a great stream. It's been an awesome stream. Thank you again for stopping in, popping that Prime sub. You could have used that on anybody. Used it on little old me. I very much appreciate that. You get some rest, and hopefully hopefully Friday clues up your week for you. Okay. Give me 1 minute here, guys. I'm gonna take a quick washroom break and grab a drink, and I will be right back. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we can do something with this. Whatever this is going to be. Okay, here we go. What is this place? It is incredible. I can detect immense energy gathering in this location. That's not all that's here. Campanella! Ha! This is quite the magnificent venue, isn't it? If it's this lively, it should almost be time for the main event, right? Haha, perhaps so. It's bound to make for a magnificent spectacle. Were the Faceless still alive, I've no doubt he'd be savoring these developments. No doubt about that. Then again, who knows how out of hand things might have gotten with both of you coming to Crossbell. He probably would have requested the Glorious and drawn both Erebonia and Calvard Zerai. That he would have, though it would have made for an interesting time either way. Oh? Something wrong? Let me guess. Is this beneath you? You never were a fan of missions like this. Everything is according to the Grandmaster's will. I have no objections. However, I will have to ask that you conclude your conversation. Campanella, Professor, it appears we have an audience. You three are... Would you look at that? More monsters than I expected to find when I came to this place. Huh? Oh, it's you. And after I went through the trouble to tie up those bracers so that no one would interrupt, I wonder how you all were able to find this place. No can do. I am under non-disclosure. God love Tio. Sorry to interrupt your chat. Sounded pretty interesting. What kind of officers would we be if we overlooked whatever it is you're planning? You're that young and upcoming team from the Crossbelt Police, I presume. That would be the special support section to you. And you all would be from the Society of Ouroboros. Before we go any further, I'm going to need you to confirm your identities. Our identities? What's this boy going on about? Well, he is a police officer. Is that what they call standard procedure? This is a first. But you're out of luck if you think we'd confirm anything to our adversaries. You strike me as an honest young man. It pains me that I cannot answer such an earnest question. It was worth a shot, Lloyd. Common sense ain't going to get us anywhere with these guys. It would be safer to consider these people like you did the cultists. Please. Being placed in the same category as those buffoons isn't amusing at all. Very well. If the others won't, then I'll take it upon myself to make an introduction. F. Novardis. I serve Ouroboros' 6th Anguius and head of the 13 factories. You can simply address me as Professor, though. So, that was your doing then? The development and implementation of that code used to hack the Orbital network, I mean. And what's this? You're familiar with it. That would be my astral code. It's the basis of the Society's. Professor. Pardon me, though you do remind me of a girl I heard about that was a cult test subject. The Epstein Foundation took her in, as I recall. How about it? How would you like to utilize those talents for the Society? You would do rather well with us, you know. Absolutely not. Yeah. Just how desperate are you? Ren leaves us, and now you're constantly trying to find a replacement for her. Well, what happened with Ren has nothing to do with this. Are you quite finished? Allow me to address our visitors. You may call me Arianrod. Or Arian Road. I am Ouroboros' 7th Anguius, the Steel Maiden. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I wasn't expecting such a serene voice. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't a proper lady under that badass armor. Which only serves to make the intimidating air about her even more pronounced. So you're the Society's strongest, then. It's obvious that you possess a formidable fighting spirit, however. I wonder how long you will be able to maintain your composure before the might of Yin. Yin? What are you doing? Why are you provoking them? While I wouldn't mind seeing a heavyweight bout like that for myself, I think you all have another problem to worry about. This place's guardian just came back. What? Guardian? Confirming massive aura approaching. Large cryptid incoming. Seriously? Where from? Oh, hello, big boy. Damn it. What is that? The Sphinx Chimera cryptid. Could it be the Divine Flower's guardian that was created within ancient illusions? My, oh my, who knew something like that would materialize too? This gives me even higher expectations for the project. What the hell? Why is it only targeting us? Cut the chatter. We must strike this beast down immediately. That is a cutie chimera. It got vibrant colors. I will say that.
厳重接近全力で行くよ。
了解です。
行くよ。
Damn it, Randy. Why'd you have to go get poisoned?
私の番です。ドライブ開始。
俺の番だな。えいはっ。
俺の番だな。
俺の番だな。
ほら。
I'd usually eat it, but oh well.
それ。
Okay. Okay, that's good. Cryptid in the shape of a lion, the shaking of its mane distorts time and space. Good evening, good Jeff. Ah, that cryptid is just a good boy. All he needs is a nice pat on the head. What's up, Mac? Welcome in. How are you? Happy Thursday.
エニグマ駆動。それ。
助かりました。
よし。
No. No casting arts. No. No.
させるか。
任せろ。はっ。
Well, isn't that lovely?
シュシュ。はっ。俺の番だな。せい。はっ。 やれやれ。よし。やっはっ。行くよ。
Okay. Doing pretty good. Playing through Strangers of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin while I wait for Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Nice. I still have it in the plastic. I will get to it eventually. And Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is on pre-order. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Eventually. What's with the glare, Dragon? What's with the glare? It's fine. It's fine.
AO システム開放します。位相空間にアクセスです。絶対障壁を個別展開。ゼロフィールド。
Hello, this is Faint Room Service.
行くぞ。
援護するわ。助かりました。
Ah.
さてと、バースト発動。
OK です。
Let the fun begin, shall we?
行きます。それ。
俺の番だな。ほら
俺の番だな。やっ
僕の番か。
A little bit more damage. A little bit more, not much.
やあ。
任せろ。はっ
俺の番だな。えいっと
さシュシュ
行きます。
そこだ。
Okay.
行きます。えい。
やれやれシュシュ
よし。えいや
行くぜ。
甘いね。
さてと、た。
We're getting there. Getting there.
さてシュシュ
行くぞ。よし。これで決める。
行くぜ。
とはっとやライジングサン。
It would have been cool if when they changed it to Rising Sun 2, that
行くよ。
they changed the color or something.
覚悟はいいかい。そらそらはあせいせいせい
ドリームヘ
俺の番だな。
赤き夜の死神よ、戦場をかけ
I thought that almost did it then. Thought that almost did it. Have a great night, Jeff. Always a pleasure to see someone play this series. Jordan, thank you for hanging out tonight. Very much appreciated. You get some rest. Have a good Friday. And a good
いい
weekend.
感じだぜ。
Well, I'm sure we'll be talking to you for sure. But thanks again for hanging out. Always appreciate it. And thank you for the lurk. Heaven's Eye. We managed somehow. I'm impressed. Not bad for amateurs. I'll admit I may have underestimated the power of the Foundation's orbital staff. It intrigues me. Arrogant bastards. Ouroboros, give us our answers. What are you planning to do in Crossbell? Don't tell me. Don't tell me you're the ones who started manufacturing Gnosis again. What? Why? Because that delinquent gang's leader got demonized? I was lucky enough to see it for myself, and it was quite the show. If he'd pushed it a bit farther, I'd be tempted to invite him to join Ouroboros. Don't dodge the question. Answer me. Thinking us evasive, officer? Well, I can hardly blame you for that. After all, we didn't come to talk, but to alleviate the progress of the plan. Or evaluate the progress of the plan. We must make sure that the septium veins have been properly stimulated for the promised day. The promised day? How vague can you get? I've grown tired of this. If they won't talk, then we'll get our answers by force. Yin? He has a point. There might not be another way. So uncivilized. You want to fight, do you? I can't say fighting you myself sounds fun or fair. What if I let you handle this instead? If I must. Big javelin sword. Oh, lovely. Spear? No, it's more like a lance. They were primarily used by knights in the Middle Ages. Talk about a blast from the past. The hell is she doing fighting with something like that? Do not waste your breath. You may come at me with whatever weapons you're most comfortable with, and do so with all of your might. Otherwise, your lives will be forfeit. Incoming. What? Oh boy. We're not ready for her yet. How the hell? There must have been a dozen thrusts in a single breath. That is impossible. It exceeds human capability. What's this? How surprising that anyone could withstand the Steel Maiden's lance. He tunneled you? They don't call you the demon of the Eastern Quarter for nothing. Your reflexes are commendable. However, compared to your familiar predecessor, it's obvious that you still foster some hesitation. How do you... Oh shit! She broke his mask! Oh my god! She broke the mask! Oh shit, the big reveal. I was wondering if this was gonna happen. No way. Rishia? Incredible. You were concealing your form this entire time. Well, color me surprised. Who would have ever guessed that Yin's true identity would be the illustrious co-star of Arc-en-Ciel, Rishia Mao? Don't you just love it when the drama on the stage pales in comparison to the real thing? Is everyone okay? Noel, Arios, Scott, and Wenzel too. You came after all. These three must be. They're from Ouroboros. Campanella, the fool, along with the head of the 13 factories and the Steel Maiden herself. I take it you must be the Divine Blade of Wind. I've heard a lot about him. Supposedly his skills are on par with Louvet's. I don't believe we've had the pleasure, Divine Blade of Wind. Indeed, your reputation precedes you. That's enough flattery. It means nothing coming from someone whose power is inhuman. Even an army would be forced to retreat when pitted against that lance of yours. You need to sell yourself short, simply recognizing that it is an accomplishment in its own right. Arios, are you telling me that we came all this way just to let them go? No. However, the balance is not in our favor. Simply have a look around. Fuck did they come from? These must be the ones that Lynn and Aeolia fought. I can't find a single opening. That's enough. There's no need to go any further. Understood. Yes, my lord. As you wish, my lord. Damn. I believe that's our cue. Yes, we've confirmed the plan's progress and the stimulation of the Septian veins. I should be returning to give my masterpieces the finishing touches. Stop. Don't think we can let you escape. A word of advice, if you would. Our plan calls for us to only play a supporting role here in Crossbell. Huh? What? Soon the beasts will be set loose, and the chaos will sweep across this land. Be that as it may, do not allow yourselves to be blinded by the tragedies yet to come. Have a good rest of your day, everyone. I trust you'll wait with bated breath for our next encounter. Okay. I want to know this conversation now that's going to go down. Because this is going to be interesting. Ouroboros? What a bunch of maniacs. Ricia? Ricia. I should be going. I need to get ready for tomorrow night. Please excuse me. And one unbelievable thing after another. I'm starting to feel like this is a bad dream I can't wake up from. Yeah. I do not believe even dreams could concoct something this unbelievable. Yeah, maybe so. Considering what's happened to Wald, too, I would call this a nightmare. Make no mistake, this is the reality we've been dealt. Arios? Ouroboros left us with more clues than I thought they would, especially as to the importance of this place and the beasts they claim will be unleashed. We need to begin preparing how to respond. Right. Beasts, huh? Don't tell me she meant... Huh? Looks like there's still an orbital signal out here. Yes, though just barely. Special support section. This is Banning's. It's Dudley. I heard that you were headed to the lake's southern bank. Are you there now? That's right. A lot happened, though. We just met up with Arios and the other bracers. That's perfect. Forward this information to them too, since they're with you. Every single member of the Red Constellation up and vanished from the city. What? I want to talk about this with Orlando face to face. Can you get back right away? Understood. What's going on? That didn't sound like good news. It wasn't. Lloyd relayed to the group what Dudley had told him. No way. The Red Constellation vanished? Damn it. We were keeping tabs on them too. Lloyd, do as he said and return to the city. We'll take care of investigating this area and go back once we're finished. Okay, we'll take you up on that offer. Appreciate it. No worries, we're all in the same boat here. Besides, Lynn and Aeolia still need some time to recover. If the Red Constellation has taken action, then Hayu won't be far behind. We'll be back as soon as we can. Be extremely careful, SSS. Right. Excuse us then. We'll get through this day, Dragon. I can't believe Yin was Ricia all along. I was positive that Yin was a man. She may have been doing something to disguise her appearance when she was in that form. Whatever it was, it seemed like she could even change the shape of her body. Is that humanly possible? Then again, we've been coming across plenty of people who are anything but normal lately. I would like to think that it was not just our mental stress at the times we have crossed paths with Ian that caused the confusion. Actually, you don't seem very surprised about all of this, Lloyd. Yeah, it's because I'm not. A little while ago, I had a conversation with Risha. Ever since I was little, it has been my reason for living. It's the same path my ancestors have walked throughout history. And now, I no longer understand where that path is leading me or why. It crossed my mind at the time, but I thought I had to be crazy. I simply put it in the back of my mind after that. But it stayed there. I couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility that she was really Yin. Interesting. Well, hot damn. That would explain how a total amateur came out of nowhere to become Archon Ciel's co-star. Yeah, though the story of how Elia scouted her out of nowhere made it sound like it was just a twist of fate. Then again, Yin and Rishia's arrival on Crossbell did line up perfectly. I should have pieced it together sooner. I wonder if Chao and the rest of Haiyu know her true identity. I imagine there was no one she wanted to keep that from more than them. Her contract holder, knowing her full family lineage, would only be to her disadvantage. I hadn't thought of that. That puts us in an awkward position. We should be very careful about who we tell this to. I agree. For now, let's talk it over with the chief and see how the situation progresses. This doesn't change the fact that the Red Constellation is our top priority at the moment, not Haiyu. For sure. Uncle and the others are nowhere to be found. Trust me, that ain't good. Probably means they're finishing prep. They could strike at a moment's notice. Right. We should contact Commander Bales to get her up to speed too. Right into the building. Adults! Excuse us. There you are. Took you long enough. Sorry about that. We had other business to take care of first. What's the skinny? Exactly as I told you, the building has been completely vacated. In total, there should have been about 100 people working here. We believe they vacated without us noticing by going through the geofront. The entire building staff went through the geofront? I do not recall there being a geofront entrance connected to this building. That's correct. Or rather, it was until they used explosives to make one for themselves. We found a path that leads to the lower stratum of the Geofront B sector. They blew a hole in the Geofront? I'm not surprised. You have got to be kidding me. They really are out of their minds. What is Geofront? The Geofront is like the lower sewers. It's the underbelly of Crossbell. That's not the most troubling thing we've found here. They remodeled Ravash's old warehouse that stored smuggled weapons. Now it's a maintenance and training facility for heavy artillery. Sounds exactly like something Uncle and the others would do. The Corps' credo calls for being battle ready at all times. They set that kind of stuff up to stay sharp. That lines up. I'll be frank, Orlando. Do you know what their objective is? Is it to settle the score with Hayu? Or do you think they could target the station or airport? I'm out of that game, so I wouldn't know. That said, if Hayu was their target, I don't think they'd pull this hide-and-seek act. As for the station and airport, I'd hate to break it to you, but they could probably take either of them without breaking a sweat. If they're going this far, they've got something crazy up their sleeve. You do not think they are trying to... It couldn't be Orcus Tower, could it? Would they try to occupy it? I wouldn't put it past them, but I don't think that's it either. Something that's showy isn't their style. Also wouldn't be their arena of choice. Arena? What do you mean? Jaggers are best suited for stuff like guerrilla warfare, not tight enclosed spaces like buildings. If they had their pick, they'd go at their enemies, somewhere where they can use the terrain to their advantage. So mountainous areas and whole townscape places that have a lot of changes in elevation. Right, the tower would be too confined. It would also take any vehicle or weapon out of the equation entirely. In that case, what about... First Investigative Division, Dudley speaking. Chief, good timing. They were the mains, didn't they? What was that? What's happening? This can't be good. Dudley, what's the matter? The First Division was contacted by the CGF. An unidentified armored group has appeared on the mains mountain path. It's the only explanation. The CGF unit patrolling the area has already been wiped out. One hour earlier. This is HQ. We have a message for the third company. The armored group's goal is unknown. There's a strong chance it's those Jaegers, Red Constellation, that vanished from the city. Prioritize the safety of Maine's citizens. This is the third company. Roger that. As for the armed group, we'll... An orbital mine. Damn it. All personnel to your battle stations. Y'all reacted pretty fast. Not too shabby. It's been what, 3 months since I got the busted out? Testarossa is absolutely starving to eat up some hapless fools. That's a big gun. Who are these nut jobs? Let's take up the trash, drive them back through the tunnel, and slaughter anyone who tries to fight back. Ta! They really, like, slaughtered everybody. Your orders, Commander. Oh, right. Standing around here is boring. Let's have a little fun. This way. Cha! Follow the Commander's lead. Is that a chainsaw, too? Come on, Testarossa. We've got prey to hunt. We're gonna have a blast. Take cover behind the car. Like that'll save you. Oh my god, it is. She's a monster. Eat steel. Hell yeah. She's having way too much fun, but I like her weapon of choice. The chainsaw acting like a bayonet. Grace is pissed. Good goddess. I think a single group of Jaegers could wreak so much havoc. I believe we all know the greater force is at play than only them. Just as there was at the trade conference. You think it was the Imperial government? More specifically, it would be the Imperial Army's intelligence division, right? I won't deny that's the most likely possibility. We already know full well that one of their captains was a point of contact with the Red Constellation while in Crossfell. If that were the case, wouldn't it be wise to beg for the Imperial government for mercy? Or better yet, we can plead with the Republic government to aid us. As it so happens, I already confronted the Imperial government about the Red Constellation earlier today. They chose to feign ignorance. The responsibility rests with me after I propose independence. As things stand, I'm in no position to appeal to the Republican government either. Don't say that. It isn't your fault, Mr. Mayor. Regardless, all the state government can do at the moment is an issue a formal statement of protest. My primary concern remains the safety of Maine's citizens. The CGF was able to confirm the status of the village after requesting assistance from a civil airship. There did not appear to be signs of looting. Yes, but the fact of the matter is that all of the village's citizens are being held hostage. Their food reserves won't last long, so there's no time to waste. I agree. We need to make immediate countermeasures. Commander, how heavy were the CGF's losses? Significant, unfortunately, to both our guardsmen and our resources. What remains has already been deployed to the mountain path. Stretched thin. Let's remember our foes are war experts, but they're still hired professionals. They can be swayed by Mira. If we negotiate well, we can prevent the crisis from escalating. I'm asking the CPD to explore that possibility while simultaneously assuaging the fears of the citizens. Roger. Of course, Mr. Mayor. I'll contact the guild to see what I can do. Oh no, we just fight everybody. We'll take care of them. Chief is late. I shouldn't be surprised considering what's happening, but still. Right. The meeting to discuss the next course of action at Orcus Tower must be running long. There's also the political side of things to consider after all. Not to mention Wald. Couldn't have picked a worse time to go completely berserk. Everyone, since the chief isn't coming back, should we save the hot pot for later? Nah, he said go ahead and start without him if he's late. You went out of your way to prep it again, Keto. You can bet we're gonna chow down this time. But... Randy... Never mind the hot pot. Are you sure you're okay right now, Randy? You know you can confide us at times like this. Of course I know that. I've already said it before. I cut ties with Uncle and the rest of them years ago. Crying over what my old crew is doing isn't going to do anyone any good. Best thing we can do is to get some good grub in us and be rested. We gotta be ready for tomorrow, yeah? Well... Yeah, you're right. You know what they say, you can't fight on an empty stomach. We can always count on Randy's mental fortitude to help us through the worst of times. No arguments. Don't forget how much our little encounter south of the lake took out of us. Eating and turning in early is for the best, regardless of what will happen tomorrow. Yeah, I agree. Okay, let's start digging into these hot pots. Tia went out of her way to prepare all of us. There's plenty of meat, fish, and vegetables. We'll stuff ourselves and go to bed early. Yeah, let's eat. Tia, don't worry about what's going on up the road and eat your fill. We'll take care of it. Okay. Fear not, Zeit. I will save you some meat and fish for later. Grrr. Woof. They're gonna show Randy last and he's gonna be up, isn't he? They never showed Wazzy either. Going somewhere? Figures you'd be here. Man, why the hell are you waking up so early? That's where you're wrong. I'm just getting back from my favorite bar. I've no right to judge you for keeping secrets, but I don't think the others are going to take you running away very well. Probably not. This is my problem, not theirs. This ain't about Shirley or Uncle. And there's no way in hell I'd let Lloyd and the others put their lives on the line fighting my battles. So I'm going to finish this fight on my own. That's the way it has to be. If you say so. You and Wald are the same. Are all men this stupid? Why can't any of you just be sincere? Man, leave me alone, will you? I've been meaning to ask you this for a while. Which team are you on, anyway? Something tells me you're not referring to my innocent little comment about men, are you? In that case, your guess might not be too far from the truth. You don't say. I thought you smelled like a few badasses I've crossed paths with back in the day. Guess that means you were playing dumb around that girl, too. I wonder about that. Oh, was he referring to Reese? Well, as thanks for keeping your mouth shut, I'll pretend like I'm in the dark tomorrow. Have fun going as wild as you'd like. Thanks. I owe you one. him gone, I'm not too confident in our combat strength anymore. I think I might have to call Abbas for support. I'm having more I'm having more confidence in my theory on Wazi now. Damn it. I went to go settle things once and for all. See ya, Randy. This cannot be happening. How could he do this? Especially after we spoke about what we spoke about last night. Damn it. He even left his enigma behind. Randy. No luck. No one in the neighborhood has seen him around. Theories, you say? Yes, I went through a theory the other night, Dragon. He must have taken off in the dead of night while everyone was asleep. Where could he have? By settling things once and for all, does he mean Mainz? Yeah, I can't think of anywhere else. Should I contact the guardsman's dispatch to the mountain path? I wouldn't count on it. Chief. Jeesh, it took him going stray for him to finally clean his room for once, I see. I already contacted the CGF, but they haven't spotted him either. I can only assume he's taken an alternate route up to Mainz. Never forget that he's a former veteran Jaeger. I don't think he's going to have trouble staying out of the CGF's line of sight. Well, yeah. Yes, though I thought he trusted us more than this. I think the best thing to do is to observe the situation for now. Jaegers practically have the home field advantage in the mountains. Even if we chased after him, I doubt we'd be able to catch him. No. I doubt Randy left for Mainz overnight. I wouldn't rule out him still being in Crossbell City even. What? What makes you think that? It's simple. If Randy was seriously about to combat the Red Constellation, do you think he'd be able to do it with just a stun halberd? Oh, a valid point. Even he is not that brazen. You're saying he'd have to go pick something up first. You're thinking he's looking to get something that packs a punch like back in his Jaeger days? Considering his past, I'm sure Randy has a lot of experience wielding heavy weapons. That kind of firepower can even be bought in the city if you know where to look. I wouldn't rule out that he's had something like that stashed away somewhere either. Fair point, kid. Then, shouldn't we go to all the locations in the city he frequents? We may be able to determine where Randy has gone. Right. This seems like an idea worth trying. I was thinking the same. What's wrong, Wazi? Do you think I've made a miscalculation? No. I'm simply surprised. I'm on board. Your explanation was convincing enough. If you think he's still in the city, where do you think he went? Right. First and foremost, I suspect the downtown district. Ashley, the owner of Nine Valley Exchange, is also an arms dealer. Guillaume seems like he'd be knowledgeable. My God. Guillaume seems like seems knowledgeable when it comes to heavy weaponry as well. There is also Drake, the owner of Barca Casino. He could know something too. Randy was always there wasting the night away. Good idea. Hasn't Randy known him since he first came to Crossbell? Poor Orlando, you poor SOB. You should have known better than to try to shake the SSS. You're already hot on his tail. You got that right. We have to be. As the leader of the SSS, I'm not going to turn a blind eye to a selfish defection. We'll pinpoint his location and drag him back here by the collar if we have to. Naturally. We'll even put him in cuffs if that's what it's going to take. Will Randy be okay? We'll see to it. I promise we're going to bring him home. You don't need to worry. So wait patiently here with Zeit for us, Kia. Okay. Lloyd, everyone, be careful out there. Damn it, Randy! Off to the casino in the entertainment district and the 2 shops downtown, yeah? Right. There could be clues lying in other places too. Unfortunately, we don't have time to go outside the city right now. On the bright side, we did not receive any new support requests this morning. That gives us more time. The lack of requests is probably due to what's happened yesterday. HQ is still utter disarray. I've heard the CGF has suffered losses too. Forgive me, Noel. Considering your position, I'm sure you're taking the news much harder than we are. No, it's okay. Guardsmen are ready for this kind of thing. More importantly, I'm a member of the SSS right now. Just like Randy. Let's go bring him home. Right.